am in the correct channel. Good. So welcome back to VLR, where we have 3 actual endings, many game overs, and we just started a new storyline, so to speak. Flow map wise, we are here because I try to get like these short storylines out of the way so we can then concentrate on the more important ones. And this will lead to kind of a game over. So that's okay. Either it's going to be a game over or it's going to end in a to be continued. Maybe it ends with a hint. We shall see. We just made a decision in the AB game and chose ally. I don't remember who is actually still alive in this storyline or not, but let's see. Luna and I stepped out of the AB games. This is where we left off last time. Alright, let's go have a look at the results.
Okay. Results, please.
I'm skipping those because it's not necessary to hear. Okay, nothing changes there, nothing changes there. Oof. Yeah, that is not good. Alice has now 9. I have -1. That means we're going to die. And yeah. Interesting. So this is actually the first time we see that Alice is doing a great job at surviving. Wait, is this? No. Alice must not be in the infirmary since she chose betray. Okay, so Alice is definitely alive here. I'm not entirely sure if Quark is with us. Okay.
Points have, please.
What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No. That's not possible. How can Alice vote betray? It was a question I would never know the answer to. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. Except the sound sounds not as if you could ignore it. Couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic Soporil. I blinked, and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumbled to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Oh no! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma! Sigma!
No. Why?
My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AB room was open. No one had gone into that room. I'd watched them all. And yet, there she stood. An apparition that couldn't possibly be real. Alice. The world was gradually going black and my mouth refused to form words, but my head echoed with questions. How? Why? What was she doing there? Had she run in at the last moment after Luna and I entered the room? But even if she had, why choose betray? Then the darkness closed over my mind as well, and my questions were gone forever. Good question. I wonder. Oh, it is a game over. Yeah, this is kind of strange. But okay. Okay, it's another game over, which I literally expected. So, yeah. The next thing I want to do is this here, and to the right side. That means we choose not the red door. I guess we choose... That's hard to say. It's either green or blue. But I think it will be the green door.
Chromatic 5.
Hey, the doors are open.
We need to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Well, what are our options this time?
Pay attention. I'm only saying this once. Just like the last time, we've got 3 possible combinations.
I will skip over this because we will try the green door, because I think the green door is the only one left with an additional room.
3 minutes.
I mean, what I know is that the archives are certainly a room we haven't seen yet. I'm not sure if there's another room. I don't think so.
Well, you decided the first time, right? Then can I decide this time? I think I deserve it. I only have 1 BP left. Doesn't it seem like the fair thing? Wouldn't you agree?
That means you should get to choose too. I mean, you've only got 1 BP, right?
You've got a point. But how about we listen to what Alice wants first? So tell us.
The green door. And I want to go with Kay and Quark.
That's interesting. I say it's interesting because look at our chart. We clearly see we have 3 times chosen blue and we have 3 times chosen red. But we have only chosen twice green. Which is interesting because I think we should be able to choose green.
I see. Option B then. That means Tenmyoji. Is that alright with you, Ten?
Yeah, sure.
Why? If we go through there together, are you really sure?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. You said you didn't trust me, right? Well, I'd like to change your mind. I figure this will give me the chance. I've been wanting to pair up with Alice too. Something I want to talk to you about.
Oh?
We'll get to that.
Anyway, Alice's first choice.
Yes.
What about the rest of you? Is that okay too?
No. No. That's not okay.
Why not?
Because...
Oh no, this is bad. Which door do you want then? The only other choices are A and C.
I thought about it again. So which one did I want? I decided to go with the green door. I want option A. We'll take Clover and go through the green door.
What gives you the power to just decide that?
That's fine by me. Like I said before, there's something I want to talk to Alice about.
Are you going to tell me what this thing is?
That'll have to wait. Talk to me again on the other side.
Ugh. Now I'm curious.
So you're fine with this, Alice? With option A, I mean?
Do whatever you want. I don't care.
Are there any other objections? Okay, that's it then. Let's go, everybody.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
We nodded quickly to one another and split up. Temyoji, Dio and Alice headed toward the red door, while Kay, Quark and Phi made their way toward the blue door. The gaping maw of the green door bounced in front of me as Clover, Luna and I ran toward it.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Oh no.
Huh? Is this a dead end?
Yes.
All 3 doors seem to be locked.
Yeah.
There's some kind of device over here. I wonder what it is.
It looks like the thing next to the number 9 door.
Clover, try pulling that lever.
Why do I have to do it?
Might be dangerous. I was hoping you could just wrap your hands around it and give it a good jerk. It is kinda big, but I'm sure you can handle it. Just be gentle.
This doesn't seem like appropriate workplace behavior.
She's right.
You're kind of grossing me out.
I know you probably still think of yourself as just a girl, but you have to become a woman.
You're not making it any better. Why don't you do it?
If you can take it, then maybe Luna can. Have you done this before? You just start at the base and work your way up, then give it a good tug once you get to the top. Why is Sigma like that at this moment?
What? What is wrong with you? If you're so desperate to give that lever a good time, why don't you do it yourself? Just leave me and Luna out of your sick fantasies, you creep.
Fine. But I won't like it. I sighed heavily and flipped the switch with as much languid disdain as I could manage.
Oh,
What was that? It is so out of character.
One of the doors opened.
yeah, just the one on the left.
Hello there, Vilnoise.
We might as well go through it.
How are you doing? Yeah, maybe we should try flipping it one more time though. I think you could actually manage it with just one hand, Clover. Just do it real fast. It will only take a second. Just up and down once.
Ugh, you are disgusting.
What is wrong with Sigma here? The archives. What gets you motivated when a room needs cleaning? I guess it will annoy me at its current state, and that would be my motivational point. But I get the problem. Like, I'm not very good at routines. Yeah, I know, but like, it's also easy, right? I mean, most people do it on on that point, right? When they go like, oh god, it annoys me. If that is also not enough, then think about this. How did you feel last time you cleaned up your room? When it was done, not before you had to do it, after it was done. Wasn't it like a good feeling knowing like, everything is now back tidy and it is clean and it just feels more like a fresh room? If that might also be a good motivational thing. If you feel like you're struggling to even start with, then just remember that feeling and know if you do it again, you will have exactly the same feeling again, and you know it's a good feeling. And that can help to actually make you get started with it. You know, I'm not the one to say like, oh, it's easy, I just do it, because I have the same thing, right? I'm not that really great at routines when I just have to do it for myself. So I cannot just say like, you know, it's Wednesday, and on Wednesday I always clean this specific room or do this specific chore, because it just doesn't work like this if it only involves myself. It is a different story if other people are affected by it. You know, if someone else would be here as well, then I would have far easier time to do it, because then I have this positive pressure, so to speak, of doing this not just for myself, but also for someone else. Yes, does make sense. Yes, it was. It's weird how things that are not... It's weird how things... Things that don't require much physical effort can feel so difficult to do. That are not requiring that much of physical effort, but can feel difficult to do. Yeah, basically, I understand what you mean. It's like, yeah, the thing is this. Most chores you do in your life are not things that you do because you like to do them. You know, the vast majority of people do not enjoy cleaning, for example, because it is a mundane task. It's annoying. And the reason, like, people have dishwashers, right? So you don't have to wash your dishes by hand. You can just, like, make them a little bit clean and then put in the dishwasher, and the dishwasher is doing your job. It is nicer to do so. It's the reason why self-cleaning, automated cleaning robots are a thing in homes now. Because, again, people don't really like cleaning stuff, because it is a mundane task. It's annoying, it takes time, but you're not really enjoying it. There are a few exceptions, of course, because some people really enjoy cleaning. That's okay, but the vast majority is not. Nobody really enjoys taking out the trash, nobody really enjoys cleaning. Nobody really enjoys doing like the usual chores you have to do, because you always feel like it's a waste of time and you wish you wouldn't have to do it. But the vast majority of people, on the other hand, have the advantage, and they are not mostly aware of this, that it doesn't take them too much convincing to do it anyway. But if you struggle with motivation, then this mundane, easy chore and task becomes like so much more difficult, because now you need good reasons to convince yourself to do it, and it sucks. Because other people would be like, I don't want to do it, and yet like 5 to 10 minutes later, they just go like, yeah, okay, fuck it, I will just do it, then it's done. I mean, I have a similar problem because of my disorder. I also live with a lower average motivational point, you know? Everybody has like a baseline when it comes to motivation. If you like make this as an example, I would like theoretically say like the average person has a 50% motivational baseline. Now compare this to me. I'm probably at 30. That is my baseline. So I already have a 20% less motivational average than other people to do things. So yes, I do struggle with motivation, and I need to apply like different kinds of solution to that to make me do things. It kind of sucks, but that's how it is. So I can feel how that is when you have like to do some actual easy chore, but you're still actually struggling to do it. Sadly, there's also no specific formula that you can just apply to anybody, because everybody is different. I, for example, know exactly what works and what doesn't. So when people usually come to me and say like, have you tried this option or this option? I can instantly tell them like, no, it doesn't work. I tried. It's just not going to work. While for others, it might easily work. So yeah. But what I found is what I just told you. It's mostly helpful to actually like feel annoyed by it. And the other thing to remember how it felt when you did this chore. Those often help a lot to motivate to do it anyway. Maybe it helps you. I hope so. Or at least it gives you maybe an idea to think in the right direction for something that works for you. So yeah. Oh?
So this is the archives. That's what it said on the door after all, but...
Yeah, I didn't really expect it to be so archivy. All these books and stuff everywhere.
I need to turn cleaning into a passion. I know you kind of mean this to some degree seriously and to some degree as a joke. Turning something that you don't enjoy or you feel like it's mundane into passion is gonna be a struggle. It's easier with noise to make something a routine. But to make something a routine, you have to repeatedly doing it the same way as you always do, and you need to do it for 3 to 4, if not 6 weeks continuously. A habit forms only in this time frame. So if you have a solution how to motivate yourself to clean something, find solutions for that, and then stick to a specific routine with it. So when it is about getting a habit for cleaning your room, then the best thing is find a solution that you feel like works best for you to motivate you to do it, and then plan it. Say like, I wanna do this in the time frame, let's say every week, for example, or every 2 weeks, whatever. But then stick to it. If it's like something you do on a weekly basis, then stick to it for a month or 1.5 months. Put a schedule into your calendar, most likely your phone, that reminds you, hey, today you have to do this. And try your best not to find excuses to not do it. Just do it. Bite through it, even if you're pissed off, even if you don't want to, do it anyway. And if you do it for that time frame, the chances are very high that it becomes a habit. Keep going with the schedules, of course, after that time. But maybe you might notice after that time that you might even think ahead of your schedule. That you might, even a day before it happens that you should clean your room again this week, that you already think about it, of like, oh, tomorrow I need to clean my room. If something like this comes to your mind after that time, then you can think about to drop the schedule in your calendar, because your mind has already formed a habit out of this. But whenever you feel like that this habit kind of like drifting off into not going to work, then go back to scheduling it. That's usually the thing, like habits usually are the best way to stick things into our mind and keep doing it. A 4 a.m. alarm to drag me out of bed to clean for an hour every night till my home is sparkly clean as a punishment. Yeah, don't do that. That sounds like a dumb idea. I know, it was a joke. Oh my god, you know, that wouldn't work in so many ways. I'll cry until my mop is wet. Oh no. This is like this Pokemon comic strip of like, was it a Pokemon strip? I think it was a Pokemon strip, right? Where the Pokemon goes like, watch how hard I can cry. Wah! And there's my first bot. Goodbye, bot. Maybe we can find some clues here.
I agree.
Let me make a save here before we enter the puzzle room. The other tip I'll give you is one of the things that really work extremely well for me personally, and I think it also works for a lot of other people, and that is positive pressure. So, positive pressure is not the same thing as stress and negative pressure. Positive pressure is something that pressures you into doing something, but it actually is not like really like, well, let's rephrase that to make it more easy and clear. Let's say someone says like they come over to visit you. Now you have a positive pressure because now you have a reason to clean up your home, to do some chores you pushed off and things like that. See, that's the difference. There's negative pressure where it feels like you're getting punished and you're forced to do things you don't really want to. And then there are things where you know you should do it, but now you have a good reason to do so. for me, positive pressure works extremely well. Like a charm, so to speak. Like, if I have it, I'm like, okay, I'll just do it. I don't even find an excuse or anything. I'm just like, I want this. You know? But here's the thing. It's not just like, hey, someone is coming to visit me, and therefore I will do my chores. It is an example. It's one of those examples that work the absolute best. You cannot force other people to go like, hey, you need to visit me so I can do my chores. So what time will you be visiting? So I got time to clean. But very nice. I was already there. You didn't notice. But I was there. Oh no. Alright, let's split up and have a look around. Allons see. If I told you, then it is a lost hiding place. Very nice. I can't tell you. Next to the forest. Next to the forest, in the lake, above my cabin. Chic, a way out. The archives. A ton of books. A very ton of books. Wonderful. It looks like these books are in Latin. Can you read it? No. I'm sorry. You, don't need to apologize for that. What about you, Clara? Of course not. Some books written in Latin. Okay, so it's only going to ask for specific books. Huh, one of these things is not like the others. You're right, it's a different color. Let's have a look at it. The Starway? Nice blue hardcover book. I guess the title is The Stairway? Kind of, but this one looks weird. Hey, there's something written on the back cover of the book. Okay. Go up E052. Isn't there something up there? What is it? I can't see it from down here, but I can see it. Oh, there we go. This book is different too. Maybe we should take it with us. To the Sun and Lion. I kind of look... yeah, there. Here's another book that doesn't match. That makes 3. And Lion. To the Sun. This one is also... this is the last odd book out. I think so. I double-checked all the shelves. Go up the stairway. Okay. Ink. Blue ink, actually. Specifically blue ink. A music box. There's no music coming from this music box. I guess it's just a box. I don't see a spring. Maybe we should check the movement. Movement? Sorry, movement means the internal pieces that actually make it work. Like the cylinder here. Unfortunately, it looks like it's been fixed in place with a Phillips screw. Not the Phillips screw! Yeah, there. A blue dice. Notebook paper. Can we combine this with the ink? No. It's too bad. Okay. Be right back. Okay. A green dice. We need a 5-digit password of numbers, and it says 5 plus 5 multiplied by 5, so 50. But, huh? A red dice and a scale. 50 grams. If you put things on both sides, then you could compare them, but do we actually have anything to weigh? Well, the scale had a die and a weigh on it when we found it. We've got 3 dice. I think we should be able to figure out what they weigh using this weight. Do we? Okay, we found the red die on this, as far as I understand. So the blue die is heavier. And so is the green. So okay. Okay, blue on the left side. Okay. So blue is heavier than green. So blue is heavier than green. Shouldn't that mean... Wait. Okay. So red is 50. So if 50 and 50, then green is 100. 100 versus blue, and blue is still heavier. 100 and 50. That's what I thought. So blue is 150. Green is 100. Red, green, blue, RGB. And I think this scale is going to unlock a box when we fulfill a certain condition. Or something. It certainly doesn't look that way. I think we're all supposed to do is... to do with it is... weigh things. True. But what does that even help me with? Oh, so it's about the weight. Okay. R B G RGB RGB. So, oh god, that is 500 750 1250. Oh god, it's math. Multiplied by 250. Let's see. We need to get that lock off so we can open the box. As puzzles go, it's pretty straightforward. We just need to write 5-digit number. Three, 1, 2, 5, 0. That doesn't count? That's strange. I mean, 5 plus 5 is 10. Multiplied by 5 is 50. If we take the weight into consideration, it is red is 50, green is 100, and blue is 150. Maybe it's this? What? 6, 2, 5? 0, 0. Sorry. So, apparently also not that. Okay. 150, 300, 600 plus 400 multiplied by 200. But that doesn't seem to be correct. This is confusing. Shut up, Chloe. So again, red is 50. Green is 100. And blue is 150. Hi Bob, how are you doing? Thank you, Bob. Shall do the stretching. Ow! Shall do the stretches. Oh! Okay. What if the weight has nothing to do with it? But would that actually lead to anything? So that would be 10 plus 10, which is 20 multiplied by 10, which is 200. Oh. $150, 500, 750. This is 100. This is 500. This is 50, which is 250. Okay, that also doesn't work. This is weird. 750 plus 500 multiplied by 250 gives me 6 numbers, and I tried to input this, so that's 600. That's 1,000. Thousand multiplied by 200. 2,000 doesn't actually matter. Ugh. Hello there, Suba. How are you doing today? I mean by logic. Same as 2 days ago. Okay. Well, it sounds it's not worse, so therefore, that's good. Okay, so the game gives me these dice. Each dice does weigh different amounts. Red is 50, green is 100, and red is 150 grams. I see this math formula in front of me, and it kind of either just means I do this math formula to receive a final result, of the numbers that should be. Or I do what I just did here. But both are wrong. So I wonder. So here we have a management system, but it's 8 books, which is strange. So we have these books. We also need a screwdriver. I'm not sure what we know. So it might start with go up. Go up the stairway. Go up the stairway? The stairway? Go up the stairway? No, the stairway. Go up. But this leads to that. To the sun. And line. So it tells me the books. And I guess the plaques are like go. Let's start here. The stairway to the sun. Stairway to the sun. And line. I mean, the most logical sentence is go up the stairway to the sun and line. B0630. B0630. B. Oh god. That is a disgusting B. B. 069? Was it? B069? B0630. B0630. Memo 30. Well. B0630. So this is go. This is a disgusting error. So go up. The stairway. A0502. 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 Stairway. To the sun. D0703. 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 2, 3. Sun. This is no sun, but who cares? Line. C0518. 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 Isn't it here that we need sun? Wasn't this? And the other thing was the line? Go up the stairway to the sun and line. Okay, it is the other way around. She. So it's first the sun. And the lion. The stairway. The stairway go up. And line to the sun. That does make sense. Okay, that gives me 5 books. But let's see. Oh no. Hey, there's a blue slot here. Think we're supposed to put something in it? It's an awfully small hole. What would we be putting in it? What is this? Looks like some kind of chart. It says management number. What do you think it means? Well, pretty much the only thing anyone's gonna manage in this room is books. It's got the letters A, B, C, D, and then the numbers 1 through 8 vertically. Maybe it's referring to the bookshelves in front of us. Well, the bookshelf has 8 rows, so does this chart. There's a narrow bookshelf on either side and wider ones in the middle. Is their shape just like the diagram on the chart? Okay. Can we interact with this? Oh, I see. 7-3 sun. 7-3 sun. Yeah, okay. Seven, 3. So it belongs here. 5, 2. Yeah, I see. C518. And you are B6. Well, the books seem to be now in the correct place. But that brings us back to the same problem we had before. Can you combine this with ink? Okay. That means the game literally wants me to solve this specific problem here. And I don't know how. Hey, Veil noise. What do you make out of this? So we picked up these 3 dice, right? So I picked 3 colored dice up, and each of those dice weighs a different amount of grams. So the red dice weighs 50 grams, the green one weighs 100, and the blue one weighs 150. We have a 5-digit numbered log, and this equation here, blue dice plus green dice multiplied by red dice. Any idea what the solution could be? I tried already to add the numbers I see of dice and create a number. That didn't work for all 3 shown sides. I expect actually that the riddle is 5 multiplied by 150 plus 5 multiplied by 100 multiplied by 5 multiplied by 50. But even this number will give me a 6-digit number, and I tried to put it in and it didn't work. So, would you have any idea what this could be? Because so far I haven't found it. How did you get to that number? So 150 multiplied by 50. $250. 1,250. 1,250. 12,000. Huh? But you did the calculation wrong. Why did you do the calculation wrong and then it works? Wait, I also forget mathematical rules. Oh god. Yeah. I hate math. Sometimes I hate math. Where they go like, yeah, this comes first before the other. And it's like, So it's 1,000, it's 5,000, 5,150. Okay. Well, when you first showed 150 plus 50 multiplied by 100, I was like, why did you switch 150 around? But it doesn't matter, because this is the multiplication anyway. No matter if 50 is on the left, which is wrong, or on the right, which would be right. Okay, that makes sense. Well, thank you so much. There we go, unlocked. Viv Noise wins. Good job. Let's open it. Okay, I expected many things, but not this. Okay. Oh, I wonder if this is someone's diary. Diary, yes. Diary. Sounds like fun. Book with a bookmark. Oh. Nothing on the cover. I wonder what kind of book this is. Let's open it up. I can't read this. I think it's Latin. Looks that way. Well, it's not a total loss. There's a bookmark at least. Maybe we should take that. Yeah, found a bookmark. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that at the moment. Huh. I'm not entirely sure what I'm missing. Okay. Maybe. So we still have the dice, which makes no sense. We have an ink bottle, which also makes no sense. Ink. Well, I guess the mystery of the dark blue liquid was easier to solve than I thought. This looks like some sort of ink you would use with a dip pen. But I don't remember seeing anything like that. Then again, I suppose you could use it for a lot of different things. Oh. Music box that doesn't produce music. The cylinder has been fixed in place with a Phillips screw. We also have this notebook paper. There are some faint lines on this paper. Oh, must be notebook paper. I don't see any notes on it though. Oh, well, why won't you let me combine this with the ink? This doesn't make sense. Combine the weight with ink? Okay. Oh no, the game is doing its thing again, where it's like changing my controls for no reason. Oh no, stop it. And now it works again. Why can I now open this? Or could I open this for all the time? Okay. Fine. I see what we are going to do. I got a cylinder. Cylinder is going to be combined with the ink. And now we combine the ink with the paper. I wonder where I've seen this before. Was it maybe in Ace Attorney? The answer is yes. Just need to roll this across the paper. And there we go. Pattern transcribed. Yeah, found a report. Review it in the archives. Of course. I see numbers. What I'm supposed to do with those numbers? Those are 6 numbers, which probably correspond with this. Which makes this a 5. This makes this a 1. This is a 6. This is a 1. And this is a 3. And this is a 4. Question is, what I'm supposed to do with this? What I'm supposed to do with this pattern? I've never seen this specific pattern in this room. I put the books back where they belong, which is even obvious without knowing the exact row and where they belong. So what I'm supposed to do? Six, but blue. What's in Latin? But I don't want this book. I put the books back where they belong. Can't do anything here. Because I need something to put in there. But I have nothing. I only have these dice and the weight, which is, well, useless. Okay. So I just solved this. This gave me numbers to a color pattern. So I have a color pattern from the bookmark, and then I added numbers to those colors. The next logical step would be, okay, you need to find something with those colors. And sure, I have books, but why? Okay, give me this book. The back of the book says go up A5 2. I know. Okay, it's clear that we have to input here something very specific. Like this is the display that is going to show us the two safe codes. These books have numbers on them, which indicates where they belong. I put them back exactly what on the back says. But apparently that's not correct. That is 2. That is 18. Oh. The column pattern I have is only red, blue and green. Six, 1. There is no 1. That's a 5. That's a 6. What does it say on here? 5, 2. What I'm supposed to do? So my problem is, there's the entrance, there's our exit, there's our save. We solve this box. There's nothing in it anymore. So we solved this box. We got everything on the table. We measured the dice and got the screwdriver. We did the ink combination and rolled it on the paper. We got numbers. We got numbers to the same pattern that we found on the bookmark. The bookmark uses specific colors. These colors have numbers. But that's it. And now we have the problem that I don't really know where to continue. The only things I have left is this screen. But this screen is here to show in which bookshelf these books go. And I put them back in the correct order. It didn't do anything. So in other words, I kind of have to put them in the wrong order to actually do something. The question is, where do I put those books? To the sun. Go up. What if I do this? Go up. The stairway. To the sun. And line. Okay, so we had to form a sentence. What was that? I think it came from the other side of the wall. No, that wasn't a wall. I think it came from the bookshelf. What's happening? It sunk? I guess it was one of those trick bookshelves where if you put the right thing in the right place, it does stuff. It's like a staircase. Well, if they were nice enough to give us stairs, I guess we should climb them. The top is a lot more narrow than I thought. Should I go? Well, with a big skirt like that, it might get kind of dangerous. Oh, if I just hike it up, I think I should be... And, I think there's somebody down on all fours, trying not to look like he's starting up toward the bookshelf, staring up toward the bookshelf. It's a Sigma. What are you doing? I, lost contact? A contact? You don't wear any. Ow. You climb. Okay. A doll? Okay, that's the only thing up here. So I might as well take it. Huh? Can't really go any further. This is a dead end. Are you done yet? Was there anything up there? Yeah, I'm heading back down now. So? Did you find anything? No puzzles or anything like that. Just that stuffed animal. Yeah. Hehe. That's a funny looking dog. Dog? I'm pretty sure that's a line. This is a line? Doesn't really look like one. Okay, Clover. No, it's a line. Oh, hold on. There's a zipper on its back. Let's see what's inside. Memory card. Good. Now I can do something with that. Alright, I've got this blue memory card. And there's a blue slot in the stand. Let's see what happens when I put it in. Oh god. What's going on here? It's showing the dice. I wonder what puzzle this is. Well, there's only one way to find out. Roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. Choose which die you would like to move by clicking it. And roll it vertically or horizontally by clicking or dragging the mouse or using the arrow keys. Hooray! So, oh no, now I need to know how a dice is made up. I already hate it here. Oh my god, it even wants me to do multiple things. Oh no. I hate it. Okay, 3 is there. That doesn't help. That, on the other hand, does help. Now I need a 4. 4 is there. Oh shit, this is also upside down. Oh, this is upside down. Why is it upside down? Aww. How are you even supposed to get a 3 there? That's how. Okay. A 1. That is actually easy. If the game would work with me. Why? I just had it. All I had to do was going in the right direction. Now it's... Can I still do this? Yes. A 4. There we go. Shit. 1. Not sure if I actually can put the 1 there. There we go. A 5 on the far side. And a 1. No? A 6. Okay, it wasn't a 6, but whatever. Okay, I don't even... Why? What? Yes, I did it? Okay, I didn't put a 6 on there. Good work, Sigma. That was amazing. Colors change, do you think? So it's supposed... Huh? Huh? I'm confused. I didn't put a 6 at the last point. And yet... I got... Huh? Confusing. Very confusing. Star, moon, moon. It's open. Yay, good job. What? 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 5, 6. A 4. A 1. A 1. Shy. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just rolling dice. This also makes no sense. But whatever. Must be a possibility to put the 1 there. There we go. And that's a 3. Basically this. Yeah, so kind of I solved it correctly. I just don't understand how you input the other password, the actual correct password. Huh? What are you supposed to do? Is the idea to input the numbers opposite to this solution, I guess? Oh god, I already hate everything about this puzzle. So, a 3. So there's a 3. That means I need to input a 4. Now's the question. How to put a 4 there? Just do it. A 1. So a 6. A 4. So a 3. So 3. Just like this. That is a 1. So a 6. Where does this belong? There. As I can put in the 5 first. So a 2. And a 6. Which means a 1. Shit. There we go. I honestly hate that I'm not a fan of this kind of puzzle, and the more I started to do it, the faster my mind comprehended what to do. It's like, this is great. This is how learning should be. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't like this puzzle. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, this is easy. It's like, I just don't want to acknowledge it. I didn't input the same password as before. Huh? Girl, what do you want from me? That I input the same numbers, but I shuffle up the colors? You know how tedious this is, since I don't know which color switches with which? The fuck? No, I'm going to look the solution up. Like, I'm not here going to be and puzzle out the solution. The most logical solution is usually when it comes to the 2 passwords, it's like put in the obvious solution and then make the complete opposite to get the other solution. That is basically what I just did. And the game told me, oh, you did input the same solution. And I'm like, no. No, I did not. that you tell me this, but... Hi, Bob. There we go. Spaghetti will move each time outright on the board. Represented a bookmark. The numbers match the one represented in the report file. On the report file? What report file? Huh? Wait, huh? What report file? Yeah, I exactly do this. Huh? Okay, sure. Green, red. Blue, red. Oh, so. Okay. That's what I did. But this main game you win each time into the outline dots on the board. So the colors match the one represented on the bookmark. Yes, and the numbers match the ones represented on the report file. Bro, look, this doesn't work. What you are saying here doesn't work. So, obviously, you have the bookmark, which gives you the colors. Then you do the cylinder ink paper thing to get the numbers. And it is very obvious that you should do the numbers. But here's the thing. When you do numbers and colors correctly, it will give you the blue password. Because the blue password only wants the colors of the dice to match. But there's the problem. It doesn't work that way because literally, if you do the color and numbers thing, it will always give you the blue password. And okay. So in other words, I just want the numbers. 3, 1. Three, 1, 4. Six, 5. Da, 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 da. 1, 5. Interesting. The 3, 1, 4, 1, 6, 5. And it doesn't work. Sure, makes perfect sense. Give me another guide who actually thinks when they write some text in the internet. You know? Why is it 2? Why is this a 2? Why is this a 2? Why is that a 2? Best part is I cannot control it because literally the game took it away from me. Wow. Why is it to 2 there? Was it a 2? Apparently it was a 2. Okay. 3, 1, 4, 6, 5. But this should be a 2. Where's 2? There's a 2. Ah, and now we also want the correct colors. Okay, sure, makes perfect sense. Where's the number 5? There's the number 5. That is a 6. So 5, 6, green 4. Hit red 2. And the blue 1. So apparently I noted down the wrong number. So apparently this red is not a 1, it's a 2. It's still whatever. Good job. Excellent. Password. Okay. I cannot even prove that I was wrong because I don't have the memo of the cylinder with the ink on the paper anymore. It's just silly. The game shouldn't take away that from you. See, that's the problem. The game literally took this paper away from you. It shouldn't. And I might stand corrected. But no, it's here. It is a 2. Okay, I made a mistake there. Okay. Okay, my bad. Sun Star. Ah, it's open. Good, well done. So what we've got this time? First, it's a map. Floor B. There's more stuff in there. Oh, I know what those are. Yeah, the key cards. These ones have the moons on them. Must be the moon keys the announcer was talking about then. That means we can play the AB game. We've got 2, just like the sun keys. A pair Luna and I should need one. And I'll take this one. So, what's next? Piece of paper. Has something written on it. Some more AB game rules for you. Not voting is not an option. Blah blah blah. In other words, we can't all abstain. You have to vote. Anyway, what else is in the safe? Only one thing. A key. Is this the exit key? Looks like it. We can open the door. Let's go. I feel like I wanna wait with this file. Are you ready? I'm going to open it. Oh my god, 3, 2, 1. You found it.
Is this another warehouse?
The answer is yes. we are here and we need to... We need to betray...
It looks like it.
Just like the one on floor A.
There's graffiti on the wall here too. It's something different though.
Memento mori, if the 9th lion ate the sun.
Did they make a mistake? That isn't how you spell it. They added that E to 9th, but why?
Yeah. That is weird.
What does it mean?
Well, I think memento mori is Latin for something like remember death or don't forget your mortality. The other part, I mean, I assume it's just what it says on the tin.
A conditional relating to whether or not a lion has eaten the sun?
Yeah.
But what on earth does that mean? It just seems like gibberish.
Agreed. Whatever it means is beyond me.
Look at that door over there. Doesn't it look just like the one on the other floor?
Yeah, but there isn't anything written on this one.
Yeah, there's a big 9 on the other door. I guess that means this door isn't important.
I don't see anything that looks like it might open it either.
Yep. Nothing. Not opening.
Of course it isn't. I mean, look at this thing. It's solid steel.
Well, how do you open it then?
From the other side, maybe?
The other side?
Hey, what's the deal with those doors over there? The ones that are glowing white.
Do you think they could be chromatic doors? There are 3 of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. See, they've got those little boxes. These must be the next set of chromatic doors we are supposed to go through.
But they're all the same color.
Well, for all the other doors, we had to add colors together to make another color. In this case, we probably just have to make white instead.
Suddenly, the voice of the announcer echoed through the warehouse.
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes.
What? How the hell did that happen?
Someone on one of the other teams must have opened one. All they'd need is one of the moon keys.
Why would they do that without waiting for the rest of us?
We can ask them when we get there. Come on.
Loading screens. Raise the shop. Dun, 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 dun. It was me, Dio. We leapt out of the magenta door and into the warehouse. There stood Temyoji, Dio, and Alice. Hey, what the hell is this? Why did you open one of the EB rooms before the rest of us got back?
Alice and I haven't done anything.
Dio apparently felt he didn't need to wait.
You got a problem?
Yes, I do have a problem.
Why? I don't remember saying anything about waiting until everyone got back to open the AB rooms.
Are you kidding me? We didn't talk about it because we thought it was common sense.
Sigma's right. We were able to get back quickly, but The others could still be stuck somewhere.
No sooner were those words out of her mouth.
Oh, thank goodness. You're all here.
Did something happen?
Yes. It's Quark, you see.
What? What happened to Quark?
He collapsed. It happened so suddenly. We were just searching our room.
What?
Please, you must hurry to the infirmary. This condition could change at any moment. You should go.
Oh no.
Myoji shoved Kei aside and leapt through the yellow door. The rest of us exchanged a few startled looks, then ran off after him.
Quark, come on, kid. Get a hold of yourself.
Myoji grabbed Quark's shoulders and began to shake him desperately. It was Clover who stopped him.
Hey, what are you doing? He's sick, and we don't even know what's wrong with him. What if you make him worse?
Then what am I supposed to do?
Who knows?
I have to save him.
Save? Well, that seems a little extreme. Maybe he just has anemia or something.
No, that's not it. I know him better than any of you. He doesn't have anemia. He's never just collapsed before.
Well, then call an ambulance and stop freaking out about it.
You son of a bitch. This is serious.
The infirmary seems pretty well equipped. There are plenty of diagnostic tools, but
Without a doctor, there's not going to be much we can do with him.
Alright. Well, we've got Luna.
Luna?
That's right. I remember Dio saying something. You have a medical license, don't you?
Wait, really? Is that true, Luna?
Well, yes, but...
You have to take a look at him then. Please. Quark needs your help.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. I think that machine over there is a medical scanner. It's called an atom.
Where's Eve?
It uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose people.
So that thing can tell us what's wrong with Quark?
Yes, I believe it can.
I don't want to rush you, but the sooner the better. Just let us know if you need anything.
Of course.
And now she's scanning him. We are getting to know that it is Radical 6, and everybody freaks out, and we need an antidote, Accelerate for it.
Well, I feel so terrible. Quark has an
Oh no.
Yes, he's been infected with a...
Yeah. I told Alice and Tenmyoji about it.
Fi and I heard about it from Luna.
Now, another information drop about Radical 6.
No, he can't. How could he have gotten infected?
Now we question why he says, like, it's not possible. Did Tenmyoji know about Radical 6?
There must be something we can... How can we cure him?
Well, Adam, it's the only way to counteract radicals.
Where is it? Shouldn't it be in the infirmary somewhere?
Yeah, we looked around.
I don't trust a damn thing you... I'm asking Luna.
I'm sorry, but Theo's telling the truth. We didn't find anything.
Damn it. What about the other rooms? Sigma, what about you?
Archives know there were just piles and piles of books and papers. Nothing even remotely like medicine there.
What about you, Kay? Was there any medicine in your room?
I'm terribly sorry. There was nothing of the sort in the garden. Plenty of vegetation, but unfortunately, no medicine.
Oh god. Then he's... Oh god, no.
Just to be sure, where did the three of you go?
The pantry. There was tons of food everywhere, but Accelerate, nothing.
Miyoji slumps to the ground. Silence.
Quark?
Quark!
Okay, now Quark is losing it. We restrain him. He falls asleep with the anesthetic.
Oh, thank God, you're awake!
Get away!
What?
I
Have to what are you talking?
Isn't it?
But
Like.
Right.
On it.
Me too.
Let go!
oh, right.
Damn you! Bats! Why won't I have? They can't please. You have to let me. I have killed some. Any kill can.
Luna,
Yes?
are there any
No, well,
What?
there's so.
Soper?
That's the one that's
Good. Hit him with. He'll be fine. It's just. It won't.
But
Just hurt. Come on, Luna.
Okay, let me just. Okay,
Good. Wait. Now. Do
right.
no. Stop! Stop!
Again, she's like literally injecting him with the anesthetic into his shin. Like the one place you wouldn't shoot an anesthetic.
According to. Yes,
What about the anesthetic? How long will it last?
he shouldn't wake up for a few.
Man, he sure was.
I think that might be it, probably.
Yeah?
Huh? Oh,
How much do you.
oh. All I've seen. Why would I lie? I've seen a.
So when
Yes, at least.
what are you doing?
I turned and followed Tenmyoji's gaze. Okay, and Alice is also losing it.
We're all going. We're only You don't all of the virus, adults, children, everyone. There won't.
And then she runs. I run after Alice. I lose her instantly. The others follow.
He lost her.
Well, let's quickly.
Right.
Look, just do your understood. Tenmyo, the rest of us sound good?
I stay here.
All right, let's move. Get going.
So now we split up, searching for Alice. Of course, we are losing a ton of time doing so. We already know where Alice is, but the game's script forces us to go through other rooms first. This is basically the same sequence we have already experienced. There's nothing new to learn here. It's interesting how the game sends us in the complete wrong direction. We go to the pantry. Of course, we will not find Alice in the pantry. We leave the pantry, go backwards. to the elevator room, where we choose a different door. This leads us to the garden. This is where Alice will be found. Just like Kay said, plants and stuff everywhere. Interesting. If we don't find Alice here, then it's different. Damn, she's not here either. Interesting. So here Alice doesn't end up in the garden. This is bad. We'd been searching for Alice for a while, and I'd found nothing. I hoped that nothing had happened to her, but... Huh. I searched every corner of floor B. She was nowhere to be seen. This is pointless. I should just go back to floor A. Maybe someone else has found her. I wouldn't be surprised that we find an AB gate closed, because she like locks herself in the AB room. Or we find her dead in the crew quarters. Doesn't look like anybody's here. Should have a look in the rooms. Okay, she's dead. Alice. First thing I saw when I stepped through the door was the blossom of red on her chest. It was almost like getting punched. I stopped short, my body refusing to move. No. Why did this happen? I forced one shaking foot forward, then the next. My legs began to wobble and I put a hand against the wall to steady myself, as my heart thundered in my chest. Calm down, calm down. This looks pretty bad, but you don't actually know anything yet. Yeah, that's right. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe we can still save her. Then, at last, I pressed my fingers to her neck, and those hopes were dashed. No pulse. Clearly she wasn't breathing either. You know, one of the funny things when you think about this, right? Everybody split up to search for Alice. And after one room we go down to floor B and we search everything on floor B, go back up. What did the others do? Because if Alice never went to floor B, then how did she avoid all of the people on floor A? Because there were enough people to cover all the rooms at the same time. Of course, she could have gone to floor B and just ran around like a maniac. And we just never crossed her path. Her pupils had dilated hideously, making her face seem somehow inhuman. No. Embedded in her chest was a scalpel. I was no doctor, but judging by the angle, it looked like it had pierced her heart. Had someone stabbed her? No. What if she...
We're all going to die. I'd rather die here!
No, no. Something in my brain snapped. Yarg! I screamed. Scream clawed its way out of my body, taking my mind with it. The last thing I felt was my body slumping to the floor as the world went dark. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Game over. Interesting. So it actually stops us before the choice of the AB room. Yeah. Where did Alice go? Isn't enough antiviral medication, so we did that. This is a choice. What is this? The proof it was murder. How can Phi and K be saved? Solve the mystery of the two-headed line. Which we can. What is this? 5 minutes of life. Can we actually do anything with this? I wonder if the indication of a closed book question mark indicates that we have no solution for that yet, but the green ones indicate we have a solution for it. Sadly, there's like no index or thing that tells us, yeah, you do. I guess green means we have potentially a solution. Maybe? I don't know. I have this thing for the line, but I don't know if I wanna do that line there. I wonder if I wanna do that. Let's see. So we do have what we need for this. This should be already solved. This, on the other hand, Let me have a look at something first. But I need a picture of it. Did I? Let's see. Here's a picture of the entire timeline. Good. That's exactly what I need. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we go here. Because K gave us the password we need. He gave us the password, but he didn't give us the other thing, which is interesting. Which, of course, we can make an assumption that the ID is admin. Oh,
There's no one here.
that computer's been turned on.
Yeah, maybe Dio and Kay did that.
What the hell is this?
A lion.
It's
A
biting.
sun?
There's a couple of input fields for user ID and the password.
We probably can't use it unless we know what those are.
Why don't you put something in?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, just as I thought. Might as well forget about this thing for now. We can't get anywhere without a password. Let's see if we can find any other clues. This is the director's office after all. If we turn the place upside down, we're bound to find something. Shall we?
I turned and headed off toward the bookshelf, leaving me alone on next to the desk. I felt compelled to stay and found myself staring at the screen. A lion biting the sun. Lion biting the sun. A lion biting the sun. Memento mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. Remember death, if the ninth lion ate the sun. Could this be the ninth lion? Then maybe... Maybe I remembered? Admin? The dumbest part is that Kay told us something, but I don't remember it. I really don't remember what Kay told us. That is weird because Kay told us what to do here, but I don't remember what he said. No clue at all. Was no good. I didn't know anything. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen the ID and password somewhere. It is strange because the game should actually give me the hint what I input, and yet it didn't. That's just weird. Weird indeed. Okay. One, two. Where's 3? There's 4. Where's 3? There's 3. Story dog 1. That is 1. This is apparently 2. Is there proof it wasn't murder? I'm not sure if we have a solution for this. Alice? Blah blah. I'm skipping this because it says that we need proof it wasn't murder. So this has nothing to do with it yet. All are here except Quark. I wanted to ask which one of them had killed her. Even if it had been one of them though, there was no way they would answer. All I could do and ask myself, is this person a murderer? Exchange looks. Unsettling silence. Clover spoke.
Who did this? Say something.
Please, we don't even.
Then what? An accident? You think a scalpel just dropped from the ceiling and stabbed her?
Cool it, kid.
You did it.
Are you nuts?
Then who did it?
Clover.
Wait a minute. You went and something happened in there.
No, nothing happened.
Don't lie to me! There's no way Alice would just run off. If she was going,
Hey, Clover. Don't you think just assuming Alice was murdered is jumping the gun a little bit?
How can you look at her and say that? Scalpels don't just stab people all by themselves! Oh, I get it now. You're all in. It wasn't just one killer. No wonder you're so.
Clover, please, just settle down.
Fine. Show me some proof then. Prove to me in 10 seconds that you didn't murder my friend, or I'm going to kill every last one of you bastards! You're all going to die. Just 9.
Clover!
6.
Clover!
3. 2.
Now is the question, do we get an answer out of that? Oh. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. Suddenly Clover moved, leapt forward and clamped my hand around her wrist.
What are you doing?
Clover, listen to me. Alice wasn't killed. Nobody murdered her. She took her own life.
What? No, there's no way she'd do that.
It's true. She stabbed herself in the heart with the scalpel.
All right, where'd she get the scalpel then?
Well,
I did hear someone come into the infirmary right after the AB game ended.
Was that before I showed up?
Yes. I got up to see who it was, but they were already gone. It could have been Alice.
so she could have taken the scalpel then.
Yes, I think so.
You're lying. This is all a lie. It has to be.
It's not. It's the truth.
Then why did she do it? Why would Alice kill herself?
She probably didn't have a reason.
What?
She'd been infected with Radical 6. That's what killed her.
But you just said she killed herself. Just tell me the truth.
I am.
Then prove it. Your 10 seconds ran out a long time ago. So if you don't have any proof...
I do. I have proof. There was a journal in the lab, wasn't there, Kay? Show it to me.
Journal?
It would have been in the safe.
Ah, well, Alice would have it then.
Fine, can you... I don't feel right touching a dead woman's body. Could you take a look?
Sure.
Where would she hide an entire book with this outfit? Where? Her hands barely shook as she quickly searched through Alice's clothing. Where? Where do you hide a book in this? She has a skirt, you cannot hide a book under that. And then she has a very short jacket thingy that certainly doesn't have any inside pockets where you can store a book. Nor will you store a book on the backside of that kind of jacket. Huh? It was only seconds before she stopped, unless that book was really small. Slowly and carefully she drew something out. There it was, the journal. Fi turned and handed it to me, but I shook my head. You read it. It is in Latin, I can't make heads or tails of it. She cocked an eyebrow at me and flipped the small book open. When she looked back up at me, it was with both suspicion and surprise.
Yeah, it is Latin. But translating this is impossible. It's full of words I've never heard before. I can barely understand any of this.
Page 216.
Huh?
Turn to page 216. You should be able to read that one. Fi's frown deepened, but she did as I had suggested. I watched her eyes quickly scan the page before looking up at me with renewed suspicion.
Yeah, I can read this page. How did you know? No, wait. How did you even know there was a journal in the lab?
I just knew.
You just knew. Come on.
Look, just read it, okay? Clover wants to hear what it has to say. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Give me a moment to look it over.
After a few moments of whispering to herself in Latin, Phi began to translate, paraphrasing the contents of the journal. Radical 6 reduces the processing speed of the brain by a factor of the root of 1/6. One of the symptoms of Radical 6 infection is an overwhelming urge to commit suicide. Research has shown that it would probably respond to the right sorts of antiviral medication, but no one has been able to develop one yet. Nearby towns are filled with the corpses of people who took their own lives. The uninfected have only barely managed to survive and have been sent into underground shelters supervised by the government.
Oh Lord, please, let their future be a bright one.
I shut the journal with a soft slap. A sickly silence drifted through the room. The newspaper article, the recording, the conversation with Tenmyoji, and now this journal entry. There was no more hiding from the truth. The pandemic has already happened. All of Clover's rage suddenly dissipated and she collapsed to the floor, tears pouring down her face. None of us had the heart to say anything, and for several long moments the only sound in the room was Clover's sobs.
We've got a problem. It's almost time for the primary doors to open.
Yeah, only 10 minutes left.
Sorry, but I'll be taking Alice's bracelet. Vi and I won't be able to open the secondary door without it.
So she was a magenta pear, just like me.
Just now noticed that, did ya?
As he spoke, Dio grabbed the bracelet off the floor and dropped it into his pocket.
What color is your bracelet, Luna?
I'm a cyan pear.
You are part of Clover's pair, then. That means the two of you will need to come with me.
I guess so. Come on now, Clover. We need to go. Alice would want you to survive, wouldn't she? You'll never be able to figure out why all this happened if you stay here. Please.
You're right. Alice, I promise I'll find out what happened to you. I'll figure out who Zero really is. I mean, if you'd never been locked up in here, you never would have... This never would have happened. So it's like Zero killed you. I promise. I'll avenge you.
Clover stood up and rubbed her hands roughly over her eyes, smearing tears across her cheeks. Then with a determined frown, she strode out of the room.
Alright, we're out of time. Move, people.
You guys head on down to the Floor B warehouse. We'll catch up with you later.
Oh, right. Fox got the yellow bracelet, which makes him your partner, right?
Yeah, can't exactly leave him behind.
Without him, we'd end up stuck in the AB room.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go. We'll see the rest of you once we've picked up Quark.
Very well. Until we meet again.
Well, hello there, Bob. This is actually not so bad, Bob.
Quark!
This is not so good. No, this is... If we haven't cured Quark here, then this is not a good situation. Regardless, I will take this moment to have a 2-minute 2 to 3 minutes break, and we'll tell you, don't forget to hydrate yourself, get up, stretch, use this break to do something, and I will be back in a few minutes. So, whoop, be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, let's see where this is leading. Probably not in good directions.
You're awake!
Yeah, I just woke up. Hey! Where's everybody else?
Oh god. Quark.
Right. Oh, wait. Quark only collapsed. Quark didn't lose it. So far. Myoji's entire body shook with emotion as he drew him closer to him. Cautiously laid a trembling hand on the boy's shoulder, almost as if he were afraid Quark would disappear in a puff of smoke the moment he was touched. When Quark proved to indeed be corporeal, Temioji let out a cry and threw his arms around him.
What's wrong? Are you okay, Grandpa?
It's nothing. Nothing's wrong. I'm fine.
But...
Quark gave him a puzzled look. Tenmyoji didn't notice. His face was a mixture of happiness and relief, and I could see the tears twinkling from the wrinkled corners of his eyes. All traces of his usual gruff stoicism had vanished. I didn't want to interrupt such a happy reunion, but we were running out of time. Still, Tenmyoji deserved a few minutes. I left them alone. At last, Tenmyoji seemed to recover and shifted from an embrace to a protective arm around the shoulder.
So, how are you feeling?
Feeling? Well, okay, I guess. Was I sick or something?
No. You're not sick. If you feel fine, then you're fine.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I should never have gotten you involved in all this.
What are you apologizing for?
Sorry.
You're doing it again. Are you sure you're okay? So, where's everybody else? Mr. Sigma's here, but he's just been standing there looking kinda silly.
I gave him a nervous smile and explained about the white doors. I got the feeling Tenmyoji didn't want Quark to know about Radical 6, so I avoided any mention of it. Alice's death was something I also left out for later.
Okay, that makes sense. That means I'm on a team with you guys, right?
Right.
So, these white doors, when are they gonna open?
Well, we've got about 4 minutes until the primary doors open.
Oh, that's not good. We need to hurry, come on! How do we get to the Floor B warehouse?
Okay, we're going.
Follow me. Follow me?
Chromatic doors, 5 minutes.
You're late. Where the hell have you been? Quark?
You're awake!
And fully recovered, apparently.
I am also relieved to see you well again.
Me too.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I looked out at the others from behind Quark and held a warning finger up to my lips. There were a few momentarily raised eyebrows and some nervous coughing as everyone suddenly fell silent.
Huh?
From Quark's perspective, it must have seemed especially odd.
Anyway, there isn't any time left. We need to hurry.
But there are 3 doors.
Which team goes in which door?
All of the doors are identical for this round. I believe it doesn't matter which team uses which door.
Then we're taking the one in the middle.
Why that one?
You want a kill shot, you aim for the center. You're more likely to just miss the extremities.
That logic is flawed and more than slightly disturbing. Unfortunately, I don't really have a counter-argument, so center door it is.
I suppose we could go with the one on the left. Is that okay? I mean, we could go with the other one if you want.
Hey, and Clover only nodded.
Well, there's only one left.
The door on the right.
Any objections? All right, let's move.
30 seconds.
Hurry it up, Phi. This thing's gonna close.
I know.
It's time we were going as well.
Right. Sure.
Come on, guys. There's no time to waste.
Right behind you.
Let's go.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic door.
Wow. Director's office. What's this place?
Probably the office of whoever it is that's running this place.
It said director's office on the door.
So, this might be Zero Senior's office?
Maybe. Or maybe not.
Well, which is it?
Why the hell would I know?
We should look around. If this really is Zero Senior's room, there might be some clues.
Yeah, you got a point. Let's get started then. Oh no! Seek a way out. Hello there, Eyes. How are you doing? A balloon. You want it, Quark? I don't need a balloon. I'm not a kid. Really? How old are you? 20? What? No way. Gotcha. I found a globe. Haha, now this is brandy. Fier Perrine, a 200-year-old reserve. You can tell that just by looking at it? I can smell it. That's some nose you got there. Here, just let me have a taste. I don't think so. How can you be so cruel? Oh! Huh? Well, putting the expensive brandy on the coaster didn't seem to do anything. The laser beam just went right through it. Hey, what the hell are you doing? If you keep frying it with that laser, you're gonna ruin the brandy. Pull it out of there right now. There's a screen built into the credenza. There's something on it. Starting up. Please wait. What is starting? Beats me. Well, my money says that just means it won't do squat if you mess it up right now. How about you go have a look at something else? What is this? One of those training machines you see on the late night infomercials? I think it's a facial recognition device. A what? You put your hands on either side and hold your face in front of that lens. Then it checks your face against whatever it's got in its database. Oh. Huh. How did he know that? I'm in the salvage business. Every so often one of these babies show up. It doesn't look like it's turned on. Yeah, nothing happens when I put my face in front of it. There's something to the right of the lens over there that looks an awful lot like a keyhole. We had a key for it. You think maybe we could turn it on? I assume so. Yeah. What's this? I checked it out earlier, but I think it's just a business card holder. A business card holder? Yeah. It's a file where you put your business cards. They've all got that weird shapes on the back. I think maybe if you line them up in a particular way, then you will get some sort of hint. Place the business cards in the correct order. Clicking one business card and then another, and you can swap their positions. Well, guess I can give it a shot. Ah, I found Bob. And John. And Ellen. And Michael. How the heck would I even know this? Okay. It's a double code thing. Oh, it's a back and forth thing. Okay. Now is the questions, are we forming numbers or are we forming letters? Lower to top lower. That's the question. Do we need to do it like that? Has to be. This one also looks kind of like it's correct. But maybe we need this. Okay, it gives me a code. The idea is to get a code. No, you reset it, you dum-dum. Great. Right. Right. The top now. It seems to be wrong. So, left to top. Doesn't change anything. It still is a 3. No. This is the odd one. That doesn't make sense for anything. Doesn't really change anything. It's not opening. Is it locked? Yeah, looks like it. I don't see anything that looks like a keyhole though. There's this diamond-shaped hole in the middle though. Do you think we're supposed to stick something in there? Mr. Quark? Oh. This is cheap brandy. Alcohol this bad shouldn't even exist. So I think it's best if I dispose of it safely with my... I'll be taking that. Cheap brandy. Now, what happens if we put cheap brandy on this? Look! The laser's beam bending all around in the ball. Yeah, it's made a parallelogram. Okay. Philosophy. Literature. And historical adventure. So, I cannot? Okay. Man, this safe is really big. There's gotta be like $100 billion in there. Huh, you're such a kid. Maybe they're just hiding something really they don't want people to see. Like some video? Like some videos? I'm not sure if I like the way you said that. Let's just open it up and find out. I don't think. See? Is it locked? Hello there. Yeah. There's a circular input panel on top of the handle. Looks like the one on... It looks like the one on the pressure exchange chamber's door. So if we just do the same thing we did then. Oh god. But I cannot do that when I don't know what to do. Yep, I'm with Quark and Tenmyoji. Hey. What's up? What about that globe? Globe? Hey, it's a globe. It doesn't it look kind of weird? I think somebody glued a piece of paper to it. Let's see if we can get it off then. Okay. A world map. And now I have my info I need. Okay. White. Light blue. Green. To red. And purple. To yellow. White to light blue, which is probably like this. Green to red. Green to red. And purple to yellow. Yeah, that's a problem. Retry. What if I go over here? Then I would have possibility to do this. But green to red must also be adhered. Huh. No. So purple to yellow and green to red. There we go. Good job. You did it. Nice work. Very impressive. Let's have a look inside. $100 billion. Videos. Yeah. Oh look, it's nothing like that. Sorry guys. Looks like all we've got is a horny deer. So, A binder? What the hell is this? Zero just making fun of us. The deal's looking at me, Grandpa. Buck it up. It's just a fake. Alright, so there's a binder in the safe. It's got 2 pieces of paper in it. Yeah. I found 2 of the business card instructions. Okay. Women are requesting the following positions. Bleh. Bleh. Disgusting. This can go. This can go. Fine. That's not a B, but nobody cares. That's not an R. That's not an S. That's not an O. Iron. Tony Stark. But Michael. Didn't we also get something additional to that? Oh, Bob belongs there. Chris belongs there. Tony. Iron. Where's Tony? John. Where's Bob, John, Tony, Iron, Michael? Well, the rest should be on that. Do I really need to do this? I don't really want to. Carol likes being on the left. Carol wants to be on the left and prefers to be near Bob. And Bob. Ellen would like to be above and not a double N, whatever. Sophie likes to be on the very right. Sophie on the very right. Kate likes to be next to Michael. Kate. Okay. Sophie wants to be on the very right side. Bob. Anne wants to be nearby Bob. So Sophie can only be in one of these 3 spots. Helen wants to be above Anne. But do we know where Anne belongs to? Tony, Ian, Bob, John. We have no idea where Anne belongs to. Anne wants to be near Bob. So she can only be somewhere here. But since Sophie wants to be above N, makes it only possible to probably be there. Now, Ellen wants to be above N. Wait. Which means she needs to be like this. So we have N nearby Bob. Ellen is above N. Carol prefers to be on the left side. Does she prefer to be on the left side or on the left, but not like on the far left apparently? Wait, I think? What was with Michael? Kate wants to be next to Michael. That would be next to Michael. Something on the top doesn't work out. Helen needs to be here. But Anne cannot be where John is. For fuck's sake. No. Sorry, but you know, I clicked out by accident. I don't want to rewrite everything that I deleted because I was like, I'm not gonna go out of this puzzle again. I think this is right. And let's look at the other side. Maybe the shapes look like something now. And let's have a look at the back of the business card. Book 334. It says book 334. What does it mean? Well, a book is a bunch of pieces of paper that are bound together with... I know what a book is. I think these are philosophy books. The stuff in here is pretty sophisticated. I'm amazed you could get that far. Flip the first one open and my brain just said, screw this, I'm out. Philosophy. Oh, maybe the amount of books. 3, 4. Wait, I don't think you need to move the books around anymore. Remember? The back of the business card said book 334. So if that meant to arrange... so if that meant to arrange the books in the order 334... Oh, yeah, I guess I already did that. Well, yes. Tried putting the good brandy on the coaster, but... What do you mean, but? Has some red paint on it. No shit, Quark. Yeah, what is this? Is it one of those vacuum robots you see on TV? You got me. Looks like a machine of some sort. Well, is it turned on? I don't think so. Let's see if... Nope, no luck. Huh. Nothing. Might as well give up. Yeah. Let's go and look at something else. Right. I got myself a slingshot and a short spear. Well, I certainly know where the spear is going. Well, either it's for the balloon or it's for this. Okay. Ha! It opened. There's something in here. Is it a key? It's a small key. Where? Oh, we needed a key for that. We also need to put this somewhere. Which you barely see from there. There's red paint on the wall. Looks like there's an outlet right next to it. Why would somebody put an outlet up this high? Well, it's probably not an electrical outlet. What is it then? I think you're supposed to insert something into it. Like what? Maybe the deer? Yes, that's it. Remember how there are 2 pegs on the back of the mount? I'll bet they fit perfectly. Give it a try. Duh. Well, it looks like you were right. A slingshot. Are we slingshotting the balloon? Is that the idea? Are we combining the slingshot with the key? Okay, fine. Whoa, the light turned on the top. Wow, the light on the top turned on. Looks like you managed to turn it on. I did it! Looks like you did it. That's what I said. Looks like you said something. Alright, it's on. Now what? Well, why don't you give it a try? Give it a face to look at. One of ours? Yeah. Damn, none of our faces work. Face not recognized. Gender mismatch. What does it mean by gender mismatch? Maybe it's saying that it needs a girl? But there's only 3 of us and none of us are women. Well, maybe if I dress Hawk up like a girl. No, no way. Why don't you dress up then? No, just think about that. It's making me want to puke. Besides, why do you see a wig or makeup or anything around here? How would any of us dress up like a woman anyway? Dude, you totally want to do it. No, no I don't. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe. What is it? Did you have an idea? Well, it can't hurt to try. Yeah, definitely worth a shot. How long has he had that in his pocket? Looks like a piece of paper. No, it's a picture. Yeah, I remember him looking at that in the infirmary. Guess it's worth a shot. I saw that. Whoa. Oh my gosh. They are eating her, and then they are going to eat me. It's like we're in a villain's secrets lair. Huh? Didn't think that would happen. Guess the recognition worked. Yeah. So, who is this girl? Hey! Stop. She's just a girl. Is she your granddaughter? No. Well, who is she then? Damn it. Fine. You've already seen her after all. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a long time. Why? Because she's his first love. No. You've got it wrong. But you carry that picture everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen you leave it somewhere. And when you don't think anybody's watching, you talk to it. I've seen you do it. Huh? Didn't mark you for a hopeless romantic, Tenmyoji. Look, it's not about love, and I'm not a goddamn romantic. Okay. You don't want to talk about her? I get it. It's a picture in front of the lens. Can't say I blame Tenmyoji for falling for her back when he was younger. She was a cute kid. Why would we leave it there? Yeah. We have a slingshot. Look. Oh hey, there's a helmet for the suit of armor. Okay. Suit of armor. Well, it's not really a full suit of armor, is it? I mean, it's missing the helmet. So what we call it? I'm not sure. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go on ahead and call it a suit of armor, okay? Suit yourself. Anyway, it's got some rain paint on the neck and shoulder area. Are you sure it's paint? Could be blood. Hey, don't say stuff like that. Being in a room with a headless suit of armor is creepy enough. Well, why don't you give him his bat back then, Sigma? You've got it right there. What are you waiting for? I would have done it right away if you wouldn't have bored me with this useless context. Yes, that suits him. Okay. Zero Escape series, puzzle rooms and pseudoscience. But the only thing harder to escape than locked rooms are awkward conversations. Good times, good times. Right? How are you doing? I will assume you use a double V for wolf? Probably. So, hello there. How are you doing? You must be feeling pretty tired, Tim Yoji. All the excitement can't be easy for someone your age. Why don't you sit down for a bit? Yep. I'm not so old I need the likes of you worrying about me. That's so. Well, I think you just have a seat then. I have a seat then. Okay. Are we now shooting this thing? Huh? What's that? You think maybe it's an eye watching us? I don't think so. I think it's a target. Like a bullseye? Yeah, you're supposed to shoot it. Shoot it with what? Don't be an idiot. You've already got what you need. Do I? Okay, I have a slingshot without anything to load into it. Also, hi Bob. Let me do that. Don't be alarmed, this is a audio save. There we go. Okay, I'll just use this slingshot to... Whoa, hold on there. Do you actually have something to fire? I can throw the slingshot at the balloon? Oh, no, I guess I don't. What are you going to shoot it with then? With mind bullets. It's called telekinesis, Sigma. Anyway, I figured that would slip your mind, like everything else. Here, grab this off the floor earlier. Take it. Well, this is the key we used to start the facial recognition device. Thanks, man. Guess I don't have to use my special psychic powers after all. Here goes. Aiming. 3, 2, 1, just shoot. Fire! Whoa, nice aim. You got it right in the center. Okay. Hell. There's a lever next to the chair. Why don't you pull it? It's going to happen. Come on, it's really that hard to figure it out. You think it's going to go back into the wall? Pull the damn thing and find out. Alright, I guess I should start by sitting in the chair. Then pull the lever. Here I go! Whee! The animations were out of the budget. We are sorry. I have a slight feeling that the game is not gonna give me an overview to all the letters, so I will just write down a P. Looks like there's something on the table. Is that a battery? There's a P painted on the wall in red paint. If I pull it again, the chair should turn back around, right? Oh, whatever. Not like I have a choice. Huh. Well, we have an L, we have an E. This could be an H, it could be a double L. Though it has this line, which is strange. Anyway, I got myself a tablet and a battery. Looks like you got the tablet to turn on. Look! Something showed up on the screen. Enter 4-digit password. Don't get it. Oh, it's an H. That's it. It is an H. And it spells out help. You did it! Good work, Sigma. Take a look at the screen. Yeah. This is our password. But now we need also to input the other password. Help. So what does that have to do with anything? Unless... no. Cannot spell square with 4 letters. What does this say actually? Huh? Changed. It looks like a puzzle. It is. It's a silhouette puzzle called a tangram. Move or rotate triangles, squares to get the shape you need. No idea what this is. Let's give it a shot. But if you take it correctly, then we already have the correct shape. Ah. Hello, Sideways Cat. Hello, Space Cat. How are you doing? We actually just need this. We just need this, right? Still alive. That's good to hear. I don't even know what I'm supposed to form. You can do it. But... so, this is our hint. At least this gives you a hint. But am I supposed to form out of all the shapes this shape, despite that this shape exists already? I think there's nothing else here otherwise. Well, more brain. I also have to enter a different password here. Usually it's the opposite of that what already was, but fun times with math. Or math. So we more or less need to make a shape like this. Let me guess, we also need so you take this out, start to do this, something like this, and now you do... I wish I could move the stuff as well. Yes, this looks perfect. Totally perfect. Yes. Probably completely on the wrong way, but I don't care, I guess. Maybe. Who knows? You actually want a hint, or are you just thinking out loud? I'm thinking out loud. You know, in the end, actually, I wanted that chat plays this game, not me, because I have already finished all the games. But the problem is, I have people here who have already finished the game, which is one thing. And then I have other people who don't want actually to do this. I'm completely doing this wrong, I will assume. It's not this, huh? Oh, it was the first entry into the line. Okay. So it wants me to reform this, but we actually have to move everything to a little bit like that. If that is the idea of the puzzle, to just move the entire thing so that this is at the bottom, this is at the top, then it would be so easy to solve by just being able to move all the shapes at once. But I have the fear that it doesn't want me to do that, but it wants me to form this one, as we saw it in the bottle. And that makes me cry. Because by that logic, we want to create this. We want kind of to create this. That means you have to do something like this. The other one, something like this. But that might also be wrong. Okay, like, this makes sense. Look, that is exactly the shape we need. I did it, Reddit. It doesn't really matter this way. Got a good chunk of cleaning done. Congratulations, well done, Vivnoise. Something like this. All the way around. No? Oh no, that doesn't work that way. What's that? Wait, maybe it does. Still plenty to clean, but it can be another day. What are you building? Apparently I try to build this shape, kind of. But of course I'm completely failing at it. This is cool. You must love this. Of course I would love this. I don't know if I'm doing this right or wrong. My assumption is I might be on the right track. But somehow I also don't think so. This doesn't line up. This is so much fun. Lots of fun. This all just works. Just like Toddy always says, it just works. Nope. This is horrible. What should I do? Smash the damn screen. So basically what I think is that we need to make this form here. What is it called? No, it's not a trapeze, right? But I kind of think we need to make that form. That shape, not form. Also, this hasn't done anything yet. Paint on the helmet and the armor lines up, blah blah. Looks kind of warped. The question is also, do I even actually need to do that? I mean, here the first password was help. What if you put it like this? That would be the usual. No. Fell. I'm pretty sure that this puzzle is telling me the correct thing. Am I really supposed to do this shape? It's gonna be a pain to actually make. Oh, this is disgusting. I'll come back. Disgusting. Yes, I'm actually looking at the solution. Since this is a really shitty way of solving a puzzle, I also don't want to be stuck here for the next 20 minutes. That's the next thing. Alright. Basically right with this, but I can put this a little bit higher, yeah. I guess it would actually be chat's job to do this, but so finicky. Really annoying. Especially when you rotate this thing. Because we are all back in school, right? Oh yeah, who's the man? Math. That was amazing. How did you do it? That puzzle was really hard. I looked up the solution, Quark. Well done, Sigma. That was pretty impressive. So, what do we get? Look! There's something on the screen. Yup! What does that mean? So it really was just that? You will forever regret your dishonesty. There is no dishonesty in this, Asla. This isn't the Protestant work ethic in action. There's no dishonesty here. I finished this game already. The only dishonesty that exists here is that chat is not playing the game. I'm basically replaying the game for them. Your turn, chat. Phew, looks like it worked. Good job. That was awesome. Screen changed. It's pool night, so I'm heading out. Have fun. You too. Enjoy it. Hey, it looks different than before. Blah blah blah. Take care. Also, this is a moving puzzle, so this puzzle is really difficult for chat to even, like, convey to me what I should do. Gotten any endings today? We got a game over. Save, save, save. Is it a save? Moon, sun, sun. Hooray, good job, yay, I'm the best, I opened a safe. I know, crazy. Moon Sunstar. Phew, it's open. Looks like kinda empty this time. There are only two things in here. First we've got AB room key cards. Oh, that must be the star cards they were talking about. There are two of them. You guys take one, I'll take the other. Right, we are pairs, so we only need one for the two of us. And the other thing is a key, as per usual. Yes! Now we can get out of here. Great, no point in sitting around. Let's go. I agree with that. That's the entrance. The door is locked. Oh my god, guys, are you ready? I'm going to open it. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Sigma found out how to open a door. I really should play the room with you guys. That will be fun. No? But Tenmyoji, I want to.
Damn it!
What's wrong?
I left something in the director's office.
What was it?
The picture. Ugh, How could I forget it?
Oh yeah, we must have set it down after using the face recognition thing.
Yeah, I'm going back. You two go on ahead to the warehouse.
I want to come with you.
Me too.
Nah, that's fine. Why don't you head back to the warehouse, Sigma? The others are probably already waiting.
Alright. I'll see you two later then.
Right.
Bye, Mr. Sigma.
And then Quark proceeds to murder Tenmyoji because reasons. I watch them jog off toward the blue door. And then they were gone. Gone! Guess I should be going back then. They partially learned from the experience of Zero Escape for AI, the Somnium files, but not always. They still have this tendency of like, you have seen this sequence, right? Let me show it to you again. I think I remember whose route you're on. Yo. Time to save. I stepped into the warehouse to find all the other teams already there. Kay and Luna, Fi and Clover, and Dio. The moment Dio spotted me, he dashed over to the rightmost AB room and slid his card through the reader. How nice of him, as per usual.
An ambidex gate has 45.
As he turned to look at me, I swore I saw a flash of a smug grin.
There. Happy? This time I waited for you to get back before I opened it. You see? I can be considerate.
Tenmyoji and Quark aren't here.
Yeah, where are they?
I guess they forgot something back in the room we found. They ran back to grab it real quick.
And they'll be here in a few minutes. No big deal.
We shall see. While we waited, we exchanged information about the rooms we'd investigated. Unfortunately, none of it seemed very useful. None of us had found anything, and we were no closer to unraveling any of the increasing number of mysteries we were faced with. With that discussion exhausted, we sat down to wait. Before long, 20 minutes had passed since Dio opened the door and Tenmyoji and Quark were nowhere in sight.
Don't you think they're taking a little long?
Yes, I'm getting worried. What if something happened to them?
Go on, have a look.
Then I shall accompany you.
Ah, I'll be fine by myself. It's not that far away. So I thought.
Just don't look into the abyss too long, or you might become a monster.
I don't think... Okay. Look, I'm just going to go to the director's office. I'll be right back. No big deal. Right, see you guys later. No big deal, right? I gave a quick goodbye wave and stepped out of the warehouse. Away! Away! To the elevator. Please show me the elevator. I need it. Aww. How disappointing. The game shows me that it can actually skip the loading scene. That isn't necessary on PC. Let me guess. They are both dead. Would be kind of no surprise if that would be the case. Huh? That's odd. There's nobody here. The picture's gone though. Tenmyoji and Quark must have been here then. I laid out the floor B map. Must have taken the door that faces the warehouse. After that, they probably went through the warehouse and out the blue door to the elevator. Yeah, that's a much shorter route. On the other hand, I came through the red door, which is kind of the long way around. Huh? Looks like we managed to miss each other perfectly. Well, this was a huge waste of time. Shoot. Might as well head back, I suppose. I'd packed up the map and was headed toward the door when... Huh? There was a light on where there hadn't been a light before. What? Why is that thing on? I messed with it earlier, but nothing seemed to work. I felt a sudden wave of inexplicable, nauseating dread. The light stared at me. I swallowed and edged cautiously toward it. The machine was in arm's reach now. I stretched my hand out toward it, slowly, slowly.
So, you finally made it.
No, you're...
I am Zero. I was the one who brought you here. You undoubtedly have as many questions for me as there are stars in the sky. As you can see, however, this is only a recording. I will therefore be unable to directly answer any questions. Ask if you wish, but I cannot respond.
No. I considered taking a swing at him, but decided that was spectacularly futile and kept my balled fist at my side.
Now, where to begin? There are many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately, our time is limited. As such, the information I can provide is also limited. I have chosen two things of great importance to tell you. First, I will tell you about termites. In retrospect, I suppose that's a rather odd thing to say. I imagine you look rather bewildered right now. Perfectly understandable. The person who kidnapped you and threatened you with death is lecturing you about insects. I suspect it hardly seems fair. Nonetheless, this is very important. In a way, it will determine your fate. So I ask that you listen carefully. Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So, are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints detailing which room goes where? No, of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create. But a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what the termite builds. Now, consider humans. Why are we alive? Why do we love and give birth? Why do we create? From where do our cultures spring? There are many theories, but no one knows the truth.
Termites are cool creatures, to be honest, as long as they aren't in your home, of course. I agree.
We are oblivious cogs in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of human DNA. No doubt you see now what this analogy is supposed to illustrate. Yes, I mean to say humans are not different from termites. We trudge through our lives with no greater understanding of our ultimate goal. You might say we don't understand what we're building. Only an intelligence of a higher order than ours can understand what we're doing. Imagine how we might look to such an intelligence. We may be building some structure so perfect and elegant, we can't even perceive it. Whatever it is, we've likely been building it on a dimension just above the ones we know since time immemorial. If we are like the termites, then what we've created is almost certainly something of tremendous beauty. And you are about to catch a glimpse of it. Or have you already? Well, that's enough on that subject, I think. Consider what I've said. Now, let's move on to the second topic. It is somewhat more immediately meaningful to your life, and, in fact, the lives of several billion other people. I realize this is rather sudden, but I have a password for you. It is the password to disarm the bomb, numbered 1.
But bomb?
Are you ready? I will only say this once, so pay close attention.
Pay close attention as I give you a 25-digit password.
The password to disarm the number 1 bomb is BQZ RGJ DXR.
Yes, easy. I will totally remember that. And I will not note it down because I expect that the game is going to give me this password when necessary. At least that's what I expect from the game, and it has been too long since I played this game to remember. I had no idea what he was talking about. What bomb? Was he saying there were bombs too? If he'd guessed at my future confusion, he showed no sign of it.
That is the last of the information this message was meant to convey. Before I go, however, I have a warning. You cannot tell any of your companions what you heard or saw here. If you do, you will be penalized immediately.
Oh no.
I hope we will meet again someday. We would have much to discuss.
Wait. God damn it, you can't just spout all that crap and disappear. I found myself yelling at empty air. The hologram just had disappeared. English. What kind of an idiot does he take me for? Termites? Other dimensions? How could that have anything to do with kidnapping us? So what do you make of all this? Why do you ask me? I mean, I know what this is all about. I mean, he makes a good point. It's not even about comparing termites to humans. It's actually just saying look at the whole picture, not just the details. Shit. Kicked out a nearby shelf.
10 minutes remain. All players, if no...
Oh crap. I need to get back. Not like there's any point staying here. Spun around and ran out of the room toward the warehouse. Right, you have played this before. You just don't necessarily remember all the details. That is true. It's like there's too much going on in those games to remember all of it.
Look, Mr. Sigma's back!
Took you long enough.
Where are the others?
In the AB rooms.
It went in already?
Yep.
Why didn't you two? Have you been waiting for me?
Yeah. Grandpa said there was something he had to tell you before we voted, no matter what.
Oh?
Nothing that significant. Just wanted to tell you we're going to choose Ally this round. That's it.
And you had to tell me that, no matter what? Kinda seems pointless. I mean, words are cheap. You can promise whatever you want.
True, but we've got something to back it up. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Quark and I both have 8 BP. We're already on the home stretch. So what do we need to get to the magic number? Well, we need you to choose Ally. If you do that, it doesn't really matter to us what we pick.
You would get 9 whether you got 2 or 3 points.
Exactly. That being the case, we don't have any reason to betray you. And if we both choose Ally, we both gain points.
True, but you must have considered that I will choose Betray. That would mean you would choose Betray to protect yourself.
But that's why we're telling you we won't choose Betray.
Mm-hmm.
Can I trust you?
Of course.
Alright, tell me one thing. Let's say we do this and both Ally, everybody gets 2 points. That means you and Quark will have enough to leave, which is great for you. But I'll be stuck with a measly 5. How do you know you aren't going to just open the number 9 door and leave us in the lurch? Because nobody would ever do that in this game.
I can guarantee it.
Because nobody would ever do this. How?
I can give you my word. I will not open the number 9 door, even if I have enough points to do so. I swear it. We aren't going to abandon everybody else just so we can escape.
I swear too. I promise.
Man. So all you've got is a promise, huh?
When I make a promise, I keep it. Trust me.
Please! You've got to trust us!
Alright, fine. I'll trust you.
2 minutes.
We're counting on you, Sigma.
You gotta choose Ally! You promised!
With that, they turned and ran into the AB room second from the right. Well, I guess I should get moving.
One minute remains until...
You know, I was just thinking about this, but then again, I already have a solution for that. Because there are no dedicated AB rooms to people, and you can freely choose to go into any of them, and the cards themselves are not going to tell you which people go into which AB room. I was like, how does the game even know where everybody is? But then again, I forgot. There are cameras, so they can tell which person is in which AB room. I had a decision to make. Did you? Yes. Yes, indeed. You have a decision to make. And we are going to go with the wrong decision first. Which would mean we betray them. Should I trust Quark and Tenmyoji? Well, I could believe they were telling the truth and still betray them. That would bring my BP to 6. It would be that much closer to 9. And choosing betray would guarantee that they wouldn't try and escape without the rest of us. To be frank, the rooms are identical and soundproof, so it doesn't matter who goes where. Yeah, it's not about the rooms, it's about who goes in which room, the persons themselves. But like I said, I asked myself that, but I also answered my own question. There are cameras. Cameras can determine who is in which AB room, so therefore the voting cannot be rigged, or like, you know. You know who is inputting a vote for who. Betray seemed like a safe bet, but...
Please! You've gotta trust us! You've gotta choose ally! You promised!
The right side is always betray, right? Yeah. Tenmyoji, I could betray easily enough, but Quark? What the hell was I going to?
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's the other thing. Maybe there are sensors. We betray.
Round result. Thank you. Ambidex gate.
Yeah, there are definitely cameras. Because we saw it.
Result, please.
Nothing changes. Oh, that is very good. That means K. Oh no, not K. Clover has 11 points. And they chose betray. Damn, son. I mean, I expected them to lie, but regardless, like, damn, son. Okay. Is it another game over where Clover is going for the exit? I mean, it would make sense.
Points have been please.
We will have an emotional discussion about this. Hey, what's the deal?
Quark had nothing to do with it. I entered the vote.
So why did you choose betray?
Couldn't I ask you the same thing? I don't really think this is the time for a fight, though. Look, Clover's over by the door.
What? Oh no. Bye, Clover. Let's just stand there and not stop her.
The number 9 door.
Fuck, she opened it.
Ugh!
Why?
Clover, wait!
Clover, what the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm going to call the others.
What?
I'll get justice for Alice.
Justice? Wait, do you mean...
The number 9 door has been opened.
No point in stopping her now. Yes, there is no point in stopping her. It is also the most logical conclusion to let her go in the hopes that she brings back help. But let's face it, when I opened the number 9 door, everybody put all their effort into keeping me inside and not letting me go. I see a little bit of unfairness in this. Why am I going to die with all them in here, and in this case we just let Clover go? You know.
It will remain open.
Time for me to go.
No! Please, Clover, wait!
Like hell, I'm just gonna let you walk out of here.
Dio leapt at Clover, his fist raised. Clover easily avoided him and moved toward the door.
Goodbye.
Hi, Bob. I caught one last glimpse of her face as she slid through the door. It was a mask of ice.
The number this thing as the escape, please.
Clover would beat the tar out of you, Dio. Imagine you would give Clover an axe. Game over. Hello, Bob. Let's do an audio save. There we go. Stretchies. And we go back and choose ally.
One.
Please, you
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round result. Thank Amber.
To our surprise, they chose ally as well. Maybe they still betray.
Results from please
I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay. That's basically the same thing.
Points, please.
So who's going to punch Clover? Hey! What the hell, guys? Why did you betray me?
Quark had nothing to do with this. I made the vote.
Grandpa.
Alright, fine. Why did you break your promise, Tenmyoji?
I only promised you one thing. We wouldn't open the number 9 door even if we got 9 points.
What? So you're not going to leave?
Not what I said. Of course we're going to leave. Look, see Clover over there?
I mean, let's face it, he's not wrong. They are not going to open the number 9 door. I like this because I would do the same shit. What? Don't tell me. She's already doing it.
Oh no.
She's...
That bitch!
Wait. Quark and Tenmyoji have...
The words were barely out of her mouth when Tenmyoji and Quark ran past.
No! God damn it!
Clover, are you really going to leave?
Well, yeah. Why else would I open the door?
But why?
I'm going to go call the others, so we can capture Zero Senior.
Tenmyoji, are you and Quark going too?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
So Sigma, happy? I kept my promise. Clover opened the door, not me.
Like hell, I'm happy. That's some shady shit, Tenmyoji. In all honesty, it's not shady shit. It's just the truth.
If you say so. I have to get out of here, and that's that. He's got to pay for what he's done.
He?
Zero.
You mean you know who Zero Senior is?
Yeah. No point keeping it a secret now, I suppose. I know exactly who Zero Senior is.
What?
Oh no.
The number 9 door. It will.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Time to move.
Right.
Oh, wait! This is for you, Mr. Sigma.
As he throws an antimatter bomb into my face. Quark held out something. It's an antimatter bomb. I look down to see 2 pieces of folded paper. What is this?
It's a letter. I wrote it in the director's office before the AB game. I wanted to tell you what kind of guy Grandpa is. So, read it, okay?
I pressed it into my hand.
See you later, Mr. Sigma.
Then he turned and ran toward the door, Tenmyoji and Clover following in his footsteps. I was so surprised by the letter that I didn't even try to stop them. Before I could think of anything to say.
See you.
Goodbye.
Could someone make this door faster?
The number. This thank you as the escape, please.
Shit! They're gone.
All we can do now is hope they bring help back.
Indeed.
I agree.
I looked down at Quark's letter and slowly unfolded it. His handwriting was still slightly uneven, but he'd filled both pages with writing. I began to read. It was a really stormy day when he found me. He said The rain was coming down so hard it almost hurt, but somehow he managed to hear a baby crying. I guess I must have been crying pretty loud. He took me home and did his best to raise me, but he'd never been married or had a kid before, so I think it was really hard for him. He couldn't figure out how to mix the formula, so he was always carrying the directions around with him. Also, I guess I was a pretty picky eater, so if he didn't get the water to formula ratio just right, I wouldn't eat. I guess I was kind of a pain, huh? But he didn't give up, and now here I am. When he found me, I was really small, and he was worried that I might not make it. That's why he named me Quark. A quark is a really small thing, and I was really small too. Grandpa didn't need to worry though, because it turned out I was pretty tough. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of it. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of his truck and drove off. I rolled out and went off the back, but didn't even get scratched. I started walking when I was 2. When he wasn't looking, I fell down the stairs. I didn't get hurt either. When I was 3, I got really sick. I had a super high fever for a week, but eventually I got better. I guess you could say I'm pretty lucky. Anyway, I didn't really have any more accidents after that, and I was a pretty healthy kid. By the time I was 6, I'd started helping Grandpa out with his work. At 6. His job was to get a junk from abandoned buildings. Then he'd fix it up or pull out the useful parts and sell them. There were plenty of abandoned buildings, but finding good stuff in them was hard. You had to know which parts were useful, or you could end up wasting a bunch of time. Every time I'd find something, he would explain to me what it was, how it was supposed to work, how to fix it, all sorts of things. Usually though, I just wanted to finish up work so I could go to the theater. The theater came to our town once a week in a wagon. They showed old news and movies. I went every single week, but Grandpa only went once in a while, and he would only go weeks when they showed movies. Oh yeah, I didn't know that I'd been adopted until I was 7. One of the other kids on my block told me. I guess after Grandpa found me, he looked all over town to try and find somebody who would take me. The kid from my block actually had a mom, and he'd asked her if she would take me too. I gotta admit, I was pretty shocked when I heard that. There weren't a lot of kids with parents around, so hearing that someone lived with an actual mom was pretty impressive. I was also kind of surprised that Grandpa had tried to get someone else to take me. Did that mean he didn't want me? The kid who told me about Grandpa trying to get rid of me was a real jerk. He was totally spoiled, and he'd brag to everybody about how he had a mom. He liked to come up to me while I was working and say stuff like, "Must be hard not having a mother." It did never bother me before, but after I found out that Grandpa had adopted me, I started to think that maybe he didn't really want me. If I could work on my own, then he could get rid of me. I was scared to know the truth, so I never asked him. Then one day, he took me to a bar in our neighborhood. During the day, of course. He went there sometimes to drink scotch, but I'd never gone before. When we got in, he just walked up to the counter with that grumpy look he has, and I thought, oh no, he's gonna make me work here. But I was wrong. I saw him pass something to the bartender, and then he picked me up and set me down on a stool next to the counter. The stool was pretty high, especially for a 7-year-old kid, and my legs just dangled off it. It seemed really, really high to me, and I was pretty nervous. Eventually, the bartender came back over with a glass of scotch and another big glass full of something else. As I looked closer, I realized the second glass was full of some sort of brown liquid with a scoop of ice cream in it. It took me a minute to realize it was Ice 9, a root beer float. I'd never seen one before. I was so surprised. Root beer was even more expensive than the nicest alcohol in the bar. To me and the other kids, it seemed more like an urban legend than a real drink. But here it was, right in front of me. I stared at the float. I still wasn't sure if it was real at that point, and then turned to look at Grandpa. He looked back at me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the bartender. He'd already turned around and moved off, though, so I figured he must have put the glass down in front of me on purpose. I still didn't seem like it could be real, and I was just staring at it when Grandpa told me to hurry up and drink before the ice cream melted. His gruff voice sounded like an angel's. Is this really mine? He nodded. Words can't describe how awesome it was. I'd never tasted anything like root beer before. The creamy sweetness of the ice cream made my entire head feel light. Felt like the luckiest boy in the whole world. It's not an exaggeration, I really thought that. The root beer float was delicious, but what made me even happier was Grandpa. When I looked over at him, he was smiling. I know that's gotta be hard for you to imagine, but he really was. Right then, I didn't care whether he'd just found me and adopted me or not. He'd bought me a root beer float. That made me way luckier than some kid who had a mother, but had never tasted root beer. Of course, after we left the bar, he was the first kid I bragged to. So Grandpa and I were doing pretty good. Until the fight. 2 men go in, 1 man comes out. I was in a super bad mood that day. I'd torn one of my shoes that morning and some old drunk guy had yelled at me. All the junk I found was totally useless. The day was almost over and I was fed up, so I just grabbed some random trash and took it back to the house. When I showed what I'd found to Grandpa, he frowned. He started going through each thing I'd brought back, explaining why they were all useless. I got really mad and just yelled, "I don't care!" Then he got mad and I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I was pretty upset and I started thinking that maybe Grandpa had only adopted me so he could raise me to work and make money for him. After a while, I went and hid in an abandoned building, but by then I'd started to calm down and think that maybe I should go back and apologize. It had started raining pretty hard, so I decided I should wait for it to stop. But that was just an excuse. The truth was, I was nervous. Part of me knew I'd done something wrong, but I didn't want to admit it. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring out at the gloomy grey sky. I imagined Grandpa coming to get me. It kept raining all night and he never showed up. I gave up waiting and decided it was time to go home. I was about halfway there when I heard somebody groaning. At first I thought it should just ignore it and not get involved, but I went over anyway and it was Grandpa. He was totally soaked and I could tell right away that he'd been there for a really long time. I yelled. He opened his eyes a little bit. He smiled weakly and said he was glad I was safe. He'd spent all night out in the rain looking for me. Felt awful. Grandpa had been out in the rain looking for me so long that he'd collapsed. It was horrible. He'd heard me crying in the rain, but I hadn't heard him. As I ran to get the doctor, I promised whatever God might be listening that if they would only save Grandpa, I'd never ask for another root beer float ever again. He got a real bad fever and his temperature wouldn't go down for days. The doctor said that if it kept up, he would die. If he died, then I would be all alone. There wouldn't be anybody left to care about me. The thought of that happening terrified me. Fortunately, I must have passed some of my luck onto Grandpa, because a week later, his fever finally broke. I was glad he wasn't going to die, but I was also a little scared. What if he had decided he didn't want a stupid kid like me around anymore? My plan was to apologize as soon as he woke up, but when the moment came, my brain just stopped. Grandpa started to talk, and it took me a minute to realize he was apologizing. I didn't know what to think. He explained that he was an old man, and that meant he was probably going to die sooner rather than later. He was strict with me because he wanted to make sure I would be able to make it on my own after he was gone, but maybe he'd been a little too strict. All of the things I'd worried about had been stupid and selfish. Grandpa cared about me a whole lot. He'd been worried when I ran off, and he'd gone out into the rain to look for me. I tried to apologize, but when I opened my mouth, I just started crying. I don't think I've cried that much since I was a baby. He just smiled and patted my head. I asked him if he'd ever regretted adopting me. His eyes got all wide and he said, "Of course not." He told me that he was looking for a really important lady, and because that, he'd had to give up on pretty much everything else in his life. But when he took me in and started raising me, he felt like he'd gotten some of what he lost back. That was when I decided I would stay with him forever, even if he said I couldn't. I have a better question. How did Quark write all of that on 2 pages? That must have been some small letters, right? Tenmyoji and in root beer veritas. Good, good. Very good. Well, number 3. Where are you, number 3? Oh, there you are. So that would be our next goal. This one here. I'm actually not sure if we can do this, but by logical number, we should be able to. Then again, we can also do the left side first. There's nothing speaking against that. I also should save this image. Just in case. Yeah, we can actually do the left side. We could, but the problem is we cannot. We should be, but we cannot. The weird part is like, Kay told us the password. Is it that the game really actually wants me to write down like the codes for each bomb, and when we get like a specific information, just like the one Kay gave us, and it's not just going to pop into our head? Is that the idea? Because I never do that. Hmm. There's this. Okay, I see the problem. I see the problem, but at the same time, I also see another problem. How is that? How is that? Huh? Oh, I see something. Okay. No, that doesn't make sense. Unless that is actually... Wait, is that actually... Ah, okay, now it makes sense. Okay, now it makes sense. Okay, cool. So we have to follow. Okay. We have to follow. That means we need to continue here.
What?
What? How did you appear here? Always make 3 saves. For no apparent reason. No, it's actually for the reason. It's a security reason. You make backup saves of your saves.
Sigma's BP is...
Negative.
We have seen all of this before. I just don't quite understand why this time we should be smarter. We're getting injected a bit soberer.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Hey! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, can't open eyes, but manage somehow. Dio is in front of the number 9 door. Damn it. Keep your promise. We managed to get ourselves up. I would reach Dio. Yeah.
Give it back. Are we supposed to?
What are you talking about?
Found
And
Xavier.
Dio stole it.
What?
Right now?
Yeah.
Xavier.
Fine. Here.
He gives it to us.
Right, of course. Sigma! Sigma! Sigma!
I guess
Not sure if anything is going to change. 5 minutes. Huh. Okay, Sigma, you can do this. Any solution? How could I save myself? How? There has to be something. Always an option. Think! Think! To be an answer. Do I get an info in this or not? No? Okay. Strange. Okay, so if this is not possible, let's see, do we still have? So we also have these here, which we haven't done yet. Okay, we can do that. Can do that. I guess yeah, okay, makes perfect sense. Okay. So, question is, what is this? Where did Alice go? That and then betray. Maybe this works? So we are looking for Alice, who has run away? Go in here, huh? Where did she go? For just an instant, I was somewhere else entirely. My mind reeled, and then, just as it begun to adjust, I was gone. It was gone. Difference. It was gone. As if nothing had happened. What was that? It was the same sensation I had felt when I saw the vision of the bombs exploding. Had it been a premonition? This is bad. I need to find Alice now. But where could she be? Damn it, Alice, where are you? Yes, Alice, where are you? There are only 2 places where Alice can be. Let's give the crew quarters a try. What about the crew quarters? Yeah. That has to be it. No lying down on the job achievement. Set off at the dead run. The crew quarters. The moment I entered the crew hallway, I made straight for the door number 2 room. Alice should be in here. I swallowed and threw open the door. Alice, so you were here. As I spoke, her eyes turned toward mine, but I didn't get the feeling that they were looking at me. Her skin was pale and sickly. Yes, look at the pale skin. The pale, sickly skin she has, as she has a perfect brownish taint. And one of her hands held a scalpel, like I'd caught her in the middle of something.
What are you doing here?
It's okay. I'm just here to help you.
Help me? What do you mean?
Just let go of that scalpel.
No. I need it to get this bracelet off.
Huh?
Remember what Zero Jr. told us? The bracelet comes off when your heart stops. So I just have to...
Stop! Before I even finished the word, I was running. I grabbed both her arms and wrenched them back, pulling the blade away from her chest.
No! Let me go! I have to do this! I can't take it anymore. This whole thing is like a nightmare I can't wake up from. The only way I'm going to get out of here is to die!
Knock it off! With a grunt, I tore the scalpel from her hands. It was a second before I felt a burning pain in my left hand. I'd apparently cut myself getting the damn thing away from her. Strangely enough, the scalpel was still clean and no blood on it. Very quickly, it progressed from a dull throbbing to a hot line of pain across my palm. I clenched my teeth and squeezed my hand tight. I was so focused on the pain that I barely heard Alice collapse. She didn't respond when I shook her. Hey, are you alright? Alice, say something. There was a moment of terror before I realized she was still breathing. She's still breathing. Where are we even? I didn't know why, but it seemed she'd only passed out. Shit, what am I supposed to do now? Oh man. Maybe the infirmary. It's got all the medical things. Also, good job, Sigma. You picked up the scalpel and took it with you, right? Mm-hmm. Bouillon. I hate this word because I hate the word bouillon. Filled by adrenaline, I hefted Alice's body and took off toward the infirmary. I really love how the writer used like sentences that nobody uses in writing anymore.
Alright, please pay attention, everyone. You need to hear this. The Atom has finished scanning Alice.
What did it say?
Her results are identical to Quark's. She has also been infected with Radical 6.
Oh my god. Fire had called everyone else back after I brought Alice to the infirmary. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke.
Oh no. No! What's going to happen to her?
Well, like I said before, there's only one way to cure Radical 6. It's a special antiviral treatment. Whether or not there's any around here, though.
No! No! Oh, Alice! I don't want you to die! Please! Please don't die! I don't want to be alone! Don't die!
Clover wrapped her arms around Alice's unconscious body and began to sob. None of us had the heart to pull her off, so we all could do was stand and watch uncomfortably. Uncomfortably?
10 minutes. All if no.
Guys, I think we should get back to the warehouse.
What about Alice and Quark?
I guess we're just gonna have to leave him behind.
No! I'm not leaving!
Clover.
I'm staying here! Like heck I'm gonna leave Alice all alone!
She's going to be fine. I gave her some Soparil. She'll just be sleeping like Quark.
I don't care! I just want to stay with her. She shouldn't have to be all by herself.
Everything's coming up Sigma, huh? What a lucky, lucky man you are. You two are gonna be playing against Clover. If she doesn't vote, then she'll default to ally. That means if she stays here, the two of you are gonna be sitting pretty. Especially you, Sigma. After all, you've got 6 BP right now.
Are you saying I'm gonna choose betray?
If you do, you'll get what you need to escape.
You bastard. There's no way I would do that.
Is that so?
Yes, it is so. For one, I'm not the only one making this decision. Luna's my partner and she will be in the AB room with me. You really think she would just stand by and let me do something like that? Back me up here, Luna.
Well, actually I was planning to let you make the decision.
See? Told you. You can lie to us if you want, but you can't lie to yourself.
Shut up. What?
If I might make a suggestion, what if Sigma and Luna both remained here? Should all 3 of you abstain, then you would all be guaranteed to ally, correct?
Nope, doesn't work like that.
Why not?
Here, take a look at this. I pulled the scrap of paper we'd found out of my pocket.
Huh? What's this?
Found it when we went to the archives.
There wasn't anything like this in the pantry.
Nothing in the garden either.
I guess they only put 1 in the archives. Whatever. I'll just read it for you. Blah blah blah, additional rules. Get it? The whole team can't abstain.
That means either Dio or Tenmyoji is going to have to vote then. And they're playing against Alice. Oh. I guess playing against is a little generous.
So Alice is guaranteed to vote ally, which means that if Dio picks betray...
Knock it off. You trying to get back at me for what I said earlier? No way am I gonna choose betray.
Of course not, Dio. You're very trustworthy.
You do know her BP's at 1, right? What do you think would happen to her if I did that?
Anyone?
I wouldn't put it past you.
What?
Cool it, boys. Don't worry. I'm gonna be in that room too. I'd planned to stay here with Quark, just to make sure he was safe. But it doesn't look like I'm gonna have that luxury. I can't trust Dio to make a decision for all 3 of us. That means we're gonna be sharing a room, bucko. I've got my eye on you. Happy now, Sigma?
Yeah, thanks. That's a relief.
Exactly.
Oh man, everybody's against me. Whatever shall I do?
I don't know, Dio. I have 3 ideas.
Can't be too careful. I wouldn't want to see Alice killed by an unfortunate accident.
What do you mean, accident?
Oh, Tenmyoji, before we went into the CDs, you told Alice there was something you wanted to tell her. What was it?
Huh? Oh, that, well, I mean, look, it wasn't important. Just forget about it.
5 minutes.
Time's running out, people. Clover and I will stay here and keep an eye on Alice and Quark. Everyone else needs to go.
What?
You're staying too?
Yeah, something does happen. Clover might need a hand.
Aren't you a solo? You're playing against Kay and Quark, but with Quark out, that means Kay would get to decide this whole round.
Are you saying that you trust me?
Yes.
Even though I have 6 BP?
Yes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you nuts? What happens when he gets 9 BP?
I'm not worried. Kay won't betray me.
How can you know that?
I just know, I guess.
You just know? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Dio is like, what the fuck is wrong with everybody? Had something happened between Fi and Kay while they were out exploring?
I understand. I can hardly betray trust like that, can I?
Smile.
I will vote for our team.
Good. We're counting on you.
I've had enough of this bullshit.
4 minutes.
Come on, we need to hurry.
All right, you kids. Take care of those two, okay?
Of course.
We promise.
That we were off. Yes. And we certainly would never ever betray anyone. Of course not. I gave one last quick nod to Fi and Clover before heading back to the warehouse at a dead run. Yep. La 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 la. Everybody ready? I'm going to open the AB gate. Although, I guess that doesn't really matter. Dio already opened the one earlier.
Then only you and I remain.
Right.
Okay, let's go. Two more AB gates slid open. We all shared one last look at each other before ducking into our respective rooms. Ducky! Inner monologue time.
2 minutes.
What are you going to do? I mean, how are you going to vote?
No question. If Clover isn't voting, then she's defaulting to ally. Betraying someone who isn't even playing hardly seems fair.
Of course, I think so too. I'm just glad to hear you say it.
Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the nonary game didn't seem so scary. Then she spoke.
Sigma, what's wrong with your hand?
Huh?
There's something white on it.
There's what? What? What the hell is this? For the first time since I'd found Alice in the crew quarters, I looked down at my hand. Across the palm was some sort of strange white liquid. Sigma. For a moment I thought I'd somehow touched some white paint or something similar. But the truth was far stranger. The liquid was coming from my hand. It was coming from the cut I'd given myself when I grabbed the scalpel away from Alice. But why? Where was the blood? I felt a very odd sort of fear begin to wrap its hand around my throat. Quickly, I held my palm against my chest. I shouldn't have let Luna see that.
Are you alright?
Yeah, it's nothing. I went to the pantry while I was looking for Alice. There was some milk and I spilled it. Very convenient. It sounded even stupider than as I said it.
Really?
Yeah,
But
just shut up. It's fine, alright? I'm fine. Leave me alone. I regretted that words the moment they were out of my mouth, but something was wrong, very wrong, and my head was spinning.
Sigma,
Oh man, I'm so sorry. Just don't worry about it, okay?
30 seconds remain.
There was no time left. I had to vote. I turned and faced the machine. I took a few deep breaths, but the chaos in my mind refused to calm itself. Calm down, just calm down. You need to think about the AB game right now. Just forget about your hand. Who was I kidding? There was no way I could forget something like that.
10 seconds remain. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
0. So, we are going to betray. It's not gonna be a happy end.
Round 2. Result. Thank you. Ambidex.
Luna and I stepped out of the AB room. I could see the others filing out of the rooms as we did.
why?
I didn't have an answer for her. All I could think about was that white liquid. What was it? Some kind of discharge? Blood? No. Couldn't be blood. Blood wasn't white. That was insane. I was lost in thought when Luna spoke.
I'm going to the infirmary.
Huh? Don't you want to see the results?
Why? I already know what they're going to be.
Her usually warm personality seemed to have gone cold. Whether it was because I'd chosen betray or because she'd noticed that something was wrong with my body, I couldn't say it.
Excuse me.
And with that, she was gone. I turned back to the projection. With heavy steps, I headed toward KDO and Tenmyoji.
Results, please start.
Oh. This would be a good moment to decide to leave. But then again, I'm pretty sure that everybody finds a reason to hold me back and not let me go out of the number 9 door, right? Haha.
Points have please.
What the hell?
Sigma has 9 BP?
See? I told you! The bastard's finally showing his true colors.
What the hell are you doing? Clover isn't even voting.
I have misjudged you. I never thought you would do something so cowardly.
There was nothing I could say. I had chosen betray of my own volition. But had I really? Had I really pressed that button of my own free will? Oh, come on, game, you cannot break the fourth wall right now. The more I thought about it, the more I felt as if some other force has guided my hand to the button. Perhaps it had been fear? I was scared by the white fluid that had appeared on my palm. Maybe that had been the tipping point and I had decided that I had to escape as soon as possible. Damn the consequences. If I got out, then the nightmare would be over. That's all it was, right? A nightmare. It couldn't be real. White blood was insane, impossible. It was when I looked up and saw the others staring at my hand. Shit. I quickly put my hand behind my back, but it was already too late. They moved toward me like wolves closing in for the kill.
Sigma? What was that?
He was cut. It must have been blood.
But why was it white?
Isn't that obvious? He's not human.
Not human?
No. What are you saying? Of course I'm a human. I'm 100% human.
Then explain that white stuff.
I swear to beep. I have no idea what it is. You have to believe me.
I'm afraid you're not being very convincing.
Trust me, bro. Oh, you want to talk. We can't even see you. You could be a robot. Maybe that's not even a suit. That's just you. Robot you.
No. That seems extremely unlikely. However bad my amnesia might be, I am quite sure of my humanity. I am, without a doubt, not a robot.
They probably just programmed you to think that.
Alright, it's pretty obvious this guy's dangerous and probably unhinged. We should take him down.
I agree.
Looks like there's no other way. Now that he's got 9 BP from stabbing Clover in the back, there's a good chance he'll try and get out of here by himself.
Hey, hold on a minute. Let's not do anything rash. I didn't have a choice. I spun around and ran for the number 9 door.
No, I don't think so!
Shit. Let go. Let go of me. I was no match for all the 3 of them. Again. Why am the only one who is getting always stopped when I want to do this? And everybody else gets the free card of like, oh yeah. Before I could take 2 steps, I was on the floor, pinned. The desperation was only getting stronger, however, and I writhed and twisted in a futile attempt to get free. God damn it, you have to let me go. This is all some kind of mistake. A misunderstanding. It's a conspiracy.
So, there's a conspiracy to turn your blood white? You're a funny guy.
Stop trying to get away. It's over.
Shit. Get off me. Let me go.
If you won't calm down, then you leave me no choice. I'd hoped we could avoid this. Try not to struggle too much.
No. Don't. Ugh. The first thing I felt when I woke up was the hard pain of a bruise all the way across my neck. Kay must have suffocated me. My head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton. I had to put out a hand to steady myself as I stood up. Where am I? Is this the infirmary? How long had I been out? My foot bumped into something and I looked down to see the injection gun. A glass vial labeled Soparil was still attached to it. The anesthetic. After choking me, they made sure I wasn't getting up in the near future. That meant I could have been asleep for a long time. Where is everybody? Glanced around the room. It was empty, except for me. 1 second. Okay, we are on the right track. Took me a moment to realize what was especially odd about that. Even Quark and Alice had disappeared. What the hell is going on? That was when I noticed it. Quark and Alice weren't the only things that had disappeared. 2 other things, 2 other very important things were also gone. My bracelet and my left hand. For a long moment, I just stared, dumbstruck. What I was seeing couldn't possibly be real. It was Bob, painting happy trees around a cabin. Hello, Bob. The stretchies! How you forget you don't got a hand no more? You will see. But there it was, a smooth cross-section of my arm where a hand should have been. A thick, white liquid dripped slowly from the stump. What is this? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! Yeah! A scream clawed its way out of my body, taking my mind with it. Then, after that, nothing. Aw, they are not spoiling it. How sad. But spoiling? But spoiling? Oh no. Uh.
30 seconds.
It's you know what? So, yes.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're going to betray.
Round 2 of result. Thank and
Because everybody's always happy when you betray them. Luna and I stepped out of the AB room.
Why? What It's not fair to betray someone who isn't voting. I thought...
There was nothing I could think of to say. Even I didn't really understand why I picked betray instead. It had almost felt unconscious, like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that moved my fingers to the betray button against my will. Oh, game, stop fourth walling. Right, well, we should go see the results.
Really? We already know what they are. It's just simple math.
The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I turned away and almost ran toward the projector, anything to get away from those eyes.
Result, please.
Wow, that is the most boring round we've seen so far. Nothing changed. Damn, son.
Points have, please.
Interesting. What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No. How can Alice's vote be betray? Oh, yeah, that is a good question. It's not possible. And yet it is. Alice! She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where had she come from? As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move toward us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. It seemed we were united in our surprise and confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
Thought you'd get an easy couple points, huh? Not so easy when you have to look your victim in the eye, is it? Coward.
Me? A coward? You've got some balls saying that to me after you picked betray. Why are you even here?
Well, you gave me the antivirus, didn't you? Tenmyoji told me. Thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, honestly.
But you should still be under the effects of the anesthetic.
Yes, well, I still am. A bit. I have a throbbing headache, and I can barely stand. It's horrible. I'm more resistant to anesthetics than most people. A result of my training. I have a feeling Zero Senior knew that. They gave me way more than the standard dose of that gas when they kidnapped me. In any event, a few minutes ago I woke up in the infirmary. Tenmyoji explained what was going on, and I got here as fast as I could.
So you showed up right after we'd gone into the AB room?
Yes, right in the nick of time, too. About 10 seconds before the deadline, as I recall.
You did that just so you could betray us?
Right. What? Don't I get to do that? I mean, it turned out to be the right thing to do, didn't it? You two chose betray. If I'd stayed back there, I'd have lost 2 points.
So you're saying it was self-defense?
Yes.
You're full of shit. Self-defense my ass. You chose betray because you wanted out. You had 6 BP. If I'd picked ally, you would have 9. That's what you were trying to do, right?
So what if I was?
Are you serious? You would have killed me. Look, I only have 1 BP. You were this close to murdering me. Just admit it. You were planning to kill me, so you could escape.
Don't be stupid. I knew you'd choose betray. There was...
Tell me the truth.
That is the truth. Why am I the only one getting the 3rd degree here? Look at those results. 2 other people just tried to kill someone.
Fi and Dio.
Yes. If Dio had chosen ally, Fi would have killed Tenmyoji. And if she'd chosen ally, Dio would have killed her.
I don't want to be rude, but it looks like Clover and Kay tried to trick one another. Not that it seems to have worked. If either one had chosen ally, the other one would have 9 BP right now.
Turned to look at the results again. Before, I'd only been looking at my own. I hadn't realized that there was only one word all across the roster: betray. Whatever trust we'd managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bombs? Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Alright guys, pay attention. You've probably already all figured this out, but we can't keep going on like this. If we don't start being a little more trusting, we're never gonna get out of here. We need to work together. I might as well have been talking to a wall.
My apologies, Sigma, but I need to think on something for a bit. I would appreciate being left alone.
Okay.
I'll be leaving too. Things are getting a little too intense here for my delicate constitution. Sorry.
Deal.
Well, in that case...
Et tu, 4, 5?
Yeah, sorry.
Without another word, she turned and left the warehouse. Dio and Kay quickly followed suit.
See? There's your answer. In the end, everyone's just thinking about themselves. So I would appreciate it if you could not treat me like I'm the only villain here. Come on, Clover. Let's go.
Hold on! I'm coming! Are you feeling okay? I was really worried, you know?
I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with delight to have Alice back. Before long, they reached a yellow door and disappeared beyond it.
Everyone's gone.
To the rapture. You aren't going to leave too?
No,
Are you sure? I chose betray.
I know. But I still believe in you, Sigma. I think your hand must have just slipped or something, right?
My chest hurt, and when I blinked, I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. Luna, I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse.
The ambidextrous round star key. There is the ambidextrous.
As many times as we want, huh?
Yes, as long as we have the star keys. That means we can keep playing the AB game over and over too. Sigma, could you show me your bracelet?
Why?
Do you remember what Zero Jr. said?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically. The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too.
Yeah, I remember. Let's see here. I'm a cyan pair. What about you?
magenta pair.
I wonder what the others are.
They could be anything, I suppose. We won't know until we have a look.
We've got about 80 minutes until the next set of chromatic doors open. So, what should we do now?
Everyone else has gone off on their own.
Yeah. Physically and emotionally. I really don't like how this is going. It won't matter how many times we repeated the AB game if nobody trusts anybody else. We'll never be able to get out of here.
Maybe it would help if we all had a common goal. Something to unite our hearts and minds.
I don't know, Luna. Could it be the number 9 door? Yeah, but we've already got something like that. We all want to get out of here. That seems like a pretty clear goal to me, but everybody chose betray. Including me.
Well, what if we have an enemy?
An enemy?
Yes, a common foe. Like the person who set the bombs, for instance.
After coming back from the lab, I'd told her about the bomb while she gave Alice and Quark the Accelerate. Yeah, that might work. If we can't figure out which one of us planted those bombs, then everyone else would work together against them.
Right.
But how do we figure out who it is?
Well, do you have any clues?
Clues, huh? That's right. The memory card. I pulled it out of my pocket and held it out toward her.
What's this?
It's a memory card. I told you. A memory card. It was under the bomb we found in the lab. I think whoever set the bomb dropped it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what's on it, though. Couldn't find any kind of memory card reader. There's more than one memory card reader in the facility, but hey.
Oh, I guess we can't really use it then.
Yes, we can.
Oh, wait a second. You know what? I think I might have seen something.
Huh?
Yes, I remember. The infirmary. I saw it when I was searching the infirmary with Dio and Quark. There was a memory card just like that one.
And
Yes, I think we can see what's on it. The computer there should be able to read it.
Luna and I exploded into the infirmary, running into Alice, Clover and Tenmyoji. Quark was there as well, of course, but we'd left him, asleep on the bed.
What are you doing here?
I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted people to start trusting each other, well, real change starts at home. As quickly as I could, I explained the second bomb and the memory card and how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes that we could discover the contents of the latter.
Okay.
Then stick it in already!
Go ahead.
Right. Just as Luna said, there was a small slot under the screen exactly the right size to fit the memory card. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. What is this?
6 rows, 22 letters each.
It looks like the odd rows use one set of letters, and the even rows use another set.
In other words, the first two rows just repeat.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of code or something?
It doesn't look random to me. I think there might be a pattern. I just don't know what it is.
Was there anything else on there?
No, it doesn't look like it.
So all we get is this gibberish. Hey Alice, you haven't said anything for a while. What's up?
Does any of this look familiar to you, Clover?
What do you mean?
Have you seen something like this before? Maybe during your training?
Training?
This is...
So you do recognize it.
All right, knock it off, you two. How about you share it with the rest of the class?
Alice sighed and stretched her neck from side to side.
I believe this is an encoded message from a terrorist organization.
What?
They call themselves the Myrmidons.
Myrmidons. For some reason I felt like I'd heard that name before.
What are the Myrmidons?
Anything to share with the class LIs? Yes, right? I mean, for once she's not dead. Which is something new.
Put simply, they're a bunch of thugs who are trying to destroy or dismantle most of human civilization.
So this thing we're looking at, you think it's theirs?
Well, they have a number of different codes, but I do think this is one of them.
Then the bomb?
It was set by one of the Myrmidons, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, I can't say for sure, of course, but it seems likely.
Damn, I have got a ton of questions for you. But let me start with this one. What the heck does that thing say?
I don't know.
What?
How am I supposed to decode it? I don't have the key. Without a key, it would take literally hundreds of years to decode.
What about you, Clover?
Well, if Alice doesn't know how, I sure don't.
See,
Not much we can do then. Can come back to that code stuff later. I've got another question. Alice, Clover, who the hell are you? Why do you know about this code?
That's...
You told me your job was to eliminate enemies of the state or something like that. Just what the hell kind of job? Just what the hell kind of a job is that? I think it's time you told us what you do.
Sorry, but I can't.
Why not?
Because you might be one of them. You might be the person who set the bomb.
That's idiotic. Of course I'm not.
Really? And where's your proof? For all I know, you're my enemy. I can't tell you anything.
I'm not your enemy. I'm your ally. I'm your friend. I just want all of us to get out of here. Just please tell us. Please. We need to find out who did this so we can all escape. But we have too little information. We need your help. Fine. If you won't tell us about yourself, then just tell us about the Myrmidons. What else do you know about them?
I'm sorry.
Before I could blink, she leapt up and ran out of the room. Hey, wait, Alice! I took off after her.
How long are you going to keep following me?
Until you tell me what you know.
Then why don't you just ask Clover?
Clover?
You already know she works with me.
Well, yeah.
Then why don't you...
I wanted to hear it from you.
Why?
That's a good question. Remember the crew quarters? Or this garden? We got paired up for 2 separate rounds. That means I've spent more time with you than anybody else. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm just curious about you.
What are you talking about?
She spun around to hide it, but I caught a blush of red on her cheeks. We walked down the path to where it ended, next to the pond. I stayed silent. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface of the pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
You don't hate me?
What? Why?
I tried to kill you.
You mean in the AB game?
Yes. I was so scared. Who wouldn't be? Kidnapped and locked up, forced to play some sort of bizarre game. And then we found that bomb. I know I probably sounded calm, but as soon as we found that thing, all I wanted to do was run away from it as fast as I could. Things just went downhill from there.
What do you mean?
I remember hearing that Quark had collapsed and running to the infirmary with everyone else. When I got there, I realized I couldn't understand what anyone was saying, and everything looked... I don't know how to describe it. It was like watching a video on fast forward, only it was real. Then I started to feel like... It's hard to explain. I guess you could say I didn't feel like I was myself, and it only got worse.
It was probably the Radical 6.
Yes, I think so. I don't remember much after that. But when I woke up in the infirmary, suddenly all that fear was back. So all I could think about was getting out of this place as fast as I could. It never even crossed my mind that it could kill you. God help me, even if it had, I don't think I would have cared. See? I'm horrible. You hate me, don't you? Just do it!
What? Do what?
Kill me! Get it over with!
What the hell, Alice? I'm not going to kill you. I don't even hate you.
You're lying! I could have killed you! I would have killed you!
Come on, calm down. No one's killing anyone. A single tear rolled down Alice's cheek. Do it yourself, Alice. But she continuously is doing that. It's like, ugh. Then another, leaving shining lines across her face. When I reached out, I saw her tense just slightly. As my teammate is the last League game said, he's killing you. Okay, I know what it means. Truly inspirational, yes. Truly reportable. See, that is something that I don't understand when people do that in online games, in online PvP games, saying something like that. Because it's like, why do you do this? You're literally getting this hard worked up emotionally over a game, a video game, only to get like potentially a permaban in your game that you kind of like, I guess. Truly inspirational. Such sportsmanship, it's commendable. Yes. Slowly I brushed my thumb across her cheek and slowly I brushed my thumb across her cheek and off, taking her tears with it.
Why are you doing this? You know, you kind of remind me of my father.
That's who you were after, right? The people who killed your dad?
Yes.
Did they have anything to do with the Myrmidons?
Will you promise not to tell Clover that I cried?
Come on.
If you keep your mouth shut, I'll tell you what you want to know. About myself. And about the Myrmidons. Deal?
Hopping off from stream, see you. Take care, Vilnos. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful rest of your night and sleep well later on. Take care. Bye bye. Sure. My lips are sealed.
Really?
What crying? I don't remember crying.
Good. All right then.
Alice took a deep breath and began. Oh no, it's 2 pages of Quark's writing. Here we go. My father is Egyptian, but my mother is French. They met while my mother was in Egypt on vacation and married shortly thereafter. When I was 3, we all moved to the US. My father was a scientist and his field was cloning. He was recruited by an American lab, which was why we moved. Both my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to the life in the United States. By my 9th birthday, we'd been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. In the middle of the day, my mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the drive home. When we arrived, there were several policemen there to meet us. It's a giant hand, by the way. My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner time came and went with no signs of him, I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned the truth. My father's lab had been attacked by terrorists and he had been kidnapped. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by herself. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredibly difficult for her, as a single mother alone in a country where any relatives were a transatlantic flight away. She did her best not to let me see it, but every so often, when she thought she was alone, the mask would fall away, and in every line of her face I could see exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my father, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did especially well in math. I earned a full ride scholarship straight out of high school and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the Department of Defense, hoping that they might have the resources to help me look for my father. I was immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security. Their purpose is to investigate and sometimes deal with terrorist organizations and other serious threats to the state. I could tell my mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain silent about it. Eventually, I learned that the terrorist organization that had taken my father was none other than the Myrmidons, although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me. They were suspected of human cloning. Specifically, it was thought that they had begun. Okay, English. Specifically, it was thought that they had been using cloning techniques to copy their most powerful members and expand their ranks. The Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man called Left. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. The Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. We believe that Free the Soul provides their funding, but trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the cult's leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail Jelly-O to a wall. Brother is supposed to be fairly advanced in years, and rumors say he's so old he can't even get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I hit a wall. I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnapping, but that was all I could learn about them. Then, one day, I got a tip that some of them were hiding in a building in the Nevada desert. I headed out immediately. On the way there, my car had some engine trouble and stalled out. I was trying to decide what to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clover. That was the first time we met. There were 4 other people in the car with her, and when I asked them what they were doing, when I asked them what they were doing, I got what was just about the last answer I'd expected. They told me they'd been locked up inside of the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and that they were currently in pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. My priorities shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My hope was to find the people they were chasing, who I was certain were Myrmidons. In the end, however, we were unable to track them down. In fact, I still don't know where they might have gone. Eventually, I took Clover and her companions to SOIS headquarters. We decided that involving the police would only complicate things. After some questioning, it was determined that the people who had instigated this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. We did, however, discover that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children 9 years prior was connected to Free the Soul. There was also a 6th person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it per se. A middle-aged man, who I'll just call H for now, had been bound and placed in the trunk. According to the other 4, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. We also learned that his pharmaceutical company, a major player on the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. More specifically, I suppose, H was a member of Free the Soul and very committed to their cause. So why had he kidnapped all those children? Apparently, it had been a part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the morphogenetic field. I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before, so I'll try to give you a quick rundown. Oh god, no. Simply put, these people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to resonate with the consciousnesses of certain other people. To be honest, it might be simpler just to call it telepathy. The SOIS had heard of this particular ability before and had actually used it in a number of investigations, so I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If that was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness the power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tip about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in H's experiment, we knew she had the ability to access the morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put that ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. I was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hoped that our investigation might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had the chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. The lab was fake and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until, at last, in a basement room, I found her. She had been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. It was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there when I got to him. What? He looked as if he'd just been dumped there, and when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he had died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They had beaten him to death. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He'd said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone and tell her masters at the SOIS to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That was why they killed him. Perhaps they thought they were sending a message to me. Or that once he was gone, I would lose my reason for chasing them. They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had, at least, been able to save her. Sometime later, I received a call from the coroner. He told me there was something I needed to see. There, in the morgue, was my father, cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers comprised of 8s and 9s. It took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. On his chest was another message, but there were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. I broke down crying right there in the morgue. They were the first tears I'd shed since the operation had started, and there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who'd put my father through this. They destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. That night, I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. It didn't take long to figure out that the numbers he'd written were latitude and longitude. They pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste this opportunity with recklessness. This time, our operation would succeed. This time, I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover or any other of my agents in danger. So we took our time, we gathered information, we did our research, and we planned. Finally, we were ready. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then, on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in a gas mask appeared. So, you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up here in the AB room?
Yes. Well, there it is. Everything that's happened with the Myrmidons and me. I left a few of the details out, of course, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Thanks. She gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up.
We should go back.
Not yet. Your story explained a lot, but there's still one big question.
Which is?
Who here is a Myrmidon? One of us planted the bombs, and based off the code we found, it's pretty clear that the person is a Myrmidon, right?
Yes.
And I agree that we need to figure out who they are.
What do you propose we do?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Man, imagine the voice actors actually reading their own stories. Do you have any clues?
Clues?
Blue clues?
Well, if I could decrypt that code, it might tell us something, but...
How can we do that?
I told you. We need a key. Without that, it's pointless.
What's a key?
A key is a key.
What's a key? Ask Kingdom Hearts.
It allows you to sort of unlock a code. Myrmidons usually use this huge string of numbers as a key.
Wait. A long string of numbers? Could that be... Oh, look! Yes, this.
What the hell?
He was convinced of a string of numbers achievement. I was almost as surprised as she was. The numbers just kind of appeared in my mind and I was saying them before I knew what I was doing. Alice looked at me incredulously and I stared back.
Where did... Wait, can you say that again?
Blah blah blah.
That's 198,449,351 to the third power.
What?
That number you just told me. Prime factor decomposition on that number gets you 198,449,351 to the third power.
What is this? The cube? You're talking about reducing an integer to a series of prime numbers that you multiply together to get it, right? Like, if you have 30, then you would get 2 multiplied by 3 multiplied by 5, right? Okay, I know what prime numbers are. That's 6, and 6 by 5 is 30. Okay, I get it.
Exactly. You probably learned that in junior high, right?
Are you shitting me? No school is teaching you that. What school would teach you that? Why would a school teach you that? You will never use that unless you have a very specific job. Asian schools. You seriously tell me Asian schools teach you this? So you're saying that blah is a prime? Yes, they are. What a waste of time. But this part doesn't show up on any test. Yeah. So just trivia. Yeah, a waste of time. You know, a lot of history you learn at school is also a waste of time. It is okay to learn history and important events that happened in history, but you don't need to know at which date which person did what, or how many people were involved in this event during that major history event. Nobody cares, unless you want to be a historian. And if you multiply it by itself 3 times, you would get this very large number.
Yes.
Don't tell me you just did that all in your head.
I did do all of that in my head. Simple mental arithmetic.
Yes, very simple. What? No way. That's impossible.
I told you, I'm better at math than most people.
That's not better at math.
Look at you. You just recited a huge string of numbers. That seems pretty astounding, too. Where did you find that number anyway?
I didn't know what to say. What would I tell her? That it just came to me?
Can't tell me, huh? Fine. I'm pretty sure that's the key to the code, though. I know the Myrmidons use prime factors for their keys. And there aren't a lot of 25-digit numbers that turn out to be the third power of a prime number. I think there's a very good chance that number you memorized was specifically created by someone.
Could you explain that with small words?
Well, look at the prime factors of your number. 198,449,351 to the third power. I think that's our hint for cracking the code. You still don't get it? Try to remember the code we saw in the infirmary. What did it say on the monitor?
I think the first row was...
And the second row?
I think. Then they just repeat.
Wow, you've got a pretty impressive memory. We could really use someone like you back at the...
Well, keep going. How do we decode that?
You use 198,449,351 to point you to the right letters.
Right. I like counting from 1 to that number. How do we do that?
Well, the first number is 1, so take the first letter. The next number is 9, so go 9 letters over from the first one.
Okay, that's
then 8
easy.
from that one. Just keep going until you get something. Make sense?
I ran over what she said in my head. Prime number Alice had given me was... So what would we get if we picked out the letters like she explained? First letter would be C from the top left. Then you would move 9 to the right, which would give you O. Then 8 more to the right. Eventually we get a word. And that word was... If you read this, you're an idiot. Decode the password using 19... Bro! I can't even copy this Bro, why? 19844 9351. You know, you can't even, like, open the memo thing to copy the number. No, you shall just remember it from the get-go. Because that makes sense, right? Code sheet won't be displayed when you input your answer. So it would be wise to solve it now. Remember, this is the number. It's not like you can put it down in your memo. You could, but you would have to go back and forth, so fuck that. Ah, you also take this away. Why? Why is the game doing this? This is stupid. The fuck? Yeah, because that makes perfect sense, right? Resource dilemma and developable detonator. Why? Why is the game like, oh yeah, here's this, and also this. Solve it now, because you cannot... This is dumb. This is so stupid. I'm sorry. This is really, really stupid. So yeah. So the code word is completed. I did it. And I didn't even look it up because the game was a dumb bitch with me. Completed. That's it. That's the answer.
Completed? Are you sure?
Yeah. I did exactly what you told me to do, and the word I got is completed. Well, actually, it's completed, completed, completed. Code and the letters repeat every 2 lines. Just repeats.
Well, I can't remember the code like you can, but if you're certain, I believe you.
Definitely certain.
All right then. I wonder what completed is supposed to mean, though.
It means completed. What? Aside from the obvious, you mean? I'm guessing here it means mission complete. So that's what the transmitter was for.
Huh? What are you talking about? What transmitter?
I barely even heard her. Suddenly my mind was full of memories that hadn't been there for a moment. hadn't been there a moment before. It was like a wave had washed away the sand, revealing a bed of precious gems underneath. What is this, spiral?
O Holy Father, Holy Brother, Holy Master, my sacred mission is at last complete. With these two hands, mankind is saved. I am your will made flesh. In your name, I give thanks.
Oh no. Damn it. Why hadn't I realized it before? I could remember a series of numbers, but not this? At least I remembered it now. Dio was a member of the Myrmidons. And not just any member, he was their leader. That meant he had to be the one who'd planted the bombs.
Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Then answer my question. What the hell was that? What's this about a transmitter?
I didn't trust myself to try and explain it to her. More than likely, she'd just think it was. More than likely, she would just think I was insane. Even I could barely make sense of the sudden influx of new information.
Wait. Don't tell me you're one of the Myrmidons.
If I was, do you really think I would reveal myself like this?
Point.
Out of nowhere, Clover appeared.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
So did Bob. So did Bob. Really?
Floor B warehouse. Well, all of us but Luna and Quark.
Why?
Still got 45 minutes until the white doors open.
I know that.
Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute. I thought you, Kay, and Quark didn't know about the white doors.
Tenmyoji told us about them. He said he'd show us where they were, so we all followed him down to the Floor B warehouse.
I'm assuming you left Quark with Luna?
Yeah. Anyway, when we showed up, Phi and Kay were already there.
So?
Well, all of a sudden, Phi, Tenmyoji, and Dio all started yelling at each other.
What?
Why? Did something happen?
According to Clover, the last AB game had been the cause of their fight. Even though Tenmyoji had only one BP, Phi had chosen Betray. They started to fight, and since Dio had pressed Betray on behalf of his team, eventually he got dragged in too.
That seems odd. Phi only had one BP too. Her choice seems like a perfectly valid defensive move.
Ugh! Just come with me. Kay's trying to calm them down, but there's only one of him.
Okay, okay. Come on, Alice, let's go.
Coming!
Let's punch everybody. Be reasonable. Right? All four of them were still there when we arrived. They seemed to have calmed down a bit, but the tension in the air was almost visible. I felt like I stepped into a room full of flammable gas. Even the smallest spark could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. Even Kay, usually so calm and collected, was standing ramrod straight with his hand balled into a fist at his side. I looked at Alice and pursed my lips and then headed over to the angry knot of people occupying most of the room. Clover told me what's going on. Clover told me what's going on. This whole thing is stupid. You need to knock it off.
Stupid? What about this is stupid? We're talking about my life, you self-righteous dick.
I know. Yelling at each other isn't going to solve your problem. The best thing for us to do right now is to trust each other and get through this. Wouldn't you agree?
Hard to trust someone who tried to kill me.
Same to you. I told you letting Dio vote was a stupid idea. What did you think he was gonna do? You might as well have pressed the button yourself.
I couldn't just leave Quark alone.
That's no excuse. And where do you get off telling me I shouldn't have picked Betray? Did you even think that through? What, I was supposed to pick Ally? If I'd done that, I'd be dead right now.
I could say the same thing to you. Damn good thing Dio didn't choose Ally.
Please, that's enough from both of you. Sigma's right. This isn't the time to be bickering with each other.
Oh, you don't get to talk. You tried to betray Clover and escape on your own.
Perhaps. But I think that's better than nearly killing someone.
Well, I only did it so that she wouldn't kill Tenmyoji.
Ah! God damn it! Enough of it already! I roared with furry, and my voice echoed and rebounded off the walls of the warehouse. Everyone fell silent. I didn't know how long that silence would last, so I decided to put it all on the table. There was only one way I was going to be able to take control of the situation. Guys, listen to me. We really don't have time for this. I was met with a number of glares, but I soldiered on. See, the thing is, I figured out who planted the bombs.
What? Is this what you were talking about earlier?
Sort of, yeah. I know which one of you it is.
Well, spit it out then.
Please, explain what's going on here.
I don't think I need to. They're going to admit their guilt just in a few minutes.
What?
You're all going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Or I guess I should say Dio's mouth.
What are you on? You think I set those bombs?
Yes, I do.
Hey, if you're gonna accuse me, you better have some pretty damn good evidence, pal.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating a fact.
Oh yeah? And where the hell'd you get that fact?
Fun as it was, I knew taunting alone wouldn't be enough to make Dio confess. He just played dumb. He was good at it, and I would get nothing. That meant I was going to have to trick him. Well, you see, I'm actually from Free the Soul.
Free the Soul? What's that? Some kind of hippie shoe company?
Don't play dumb, Dio. Or should I call you Left? Brother ordered me to come here. To keep an eye on you. It was quick, but for just a moment I saw his eyes twitch. I leapt on that moment of weakness like a hungry dog on a steak. Fine. Skepticism is understandable, admirable even. But perhaps this will convince you. I pressed forward, pulling out every fact I could remember. I told Dio about Brother's background and how his younger brother Left had been murdered. I mentioned casually that the Myrmidons were all clones of a single person. So, still not convinced? How about this? Very long number. Do a little prime factor decomposition on that, and you will get another number to the third power. If I'm not who I say I am, how on earth could I possibly know that?
What? No, that's not possible.
Finally. So, let's start over, shall we? I was sent here to watch your every move. It seems our wise and noble brother doesn't trust you. He suspects betrayal.
No! You're lying!
I assure you, I'm not. But if you don't believe me, why don't you go outside and call him yourself with your transmitter?
No! No! You have to be lying! Brother trusts me! That's why he chose me for this mission! Why would he make me the leader of the Myrmidons if he...
Huh? Sorry? What was that?
I said, why would he have made me the leader of the Myrmidons if...
Huh. I grinned.
Wait, what the hell? Are you fucking kidding me?
Sorry, dear. I've never even seen brother.
What the hell was all that? How did you know all those things?
Do you know? Maybe I was divinely inspired?
Don't give me that shit!
What's going on?
What are these Myrmidons?
Dio and I stared at one another while Clover and Temyoji quickly explained to Phi and Kay about the memory card and the number 2 bomb, and about the code we'd found that was from the terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
So you mean to say someone from the Myrmidons planted the bombs?
And Dio pretty much just admitted to doing it?
Yep.
Bastards. I'll never forgive you.
I heard a low, furious muttering behind me and turned to see Alice, her lips pulled back into a snarl.
I am going to kill you!
Her voice rose to a scream as she charged toward Dio. Go for it, girl. Break every single bone in his body. He ducked out of the way smoothly and pulled something from his pocket.
Whoa there. I like my women a little feisty, but you're taking it a little too far, sweetheart. Tone it down.
What?
You see this? You know what it is, don't you?
Oh. Oh my god. Is that the detonator?
Exactly. And I assume you know what happens if I press this button?
Yes. I think I do. I'm guessing it'll set off both of the bombs.
Well, I wouldn't say both.
You mean there's still a number 1 bomb we haven't found?
Correct. And there's one more, too.
No. There are 4 bombs?
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3, but there's also one more. Bomb number 0. Add all that up and you're looking at about 4 tons of explosive power. Those go off and it's all over. That's enough oomph to turn this whole place into a smoking crater.
Aren't you forgetting something?
That'd kill you too.
So, I'm ready for that. I've got spares.
Spares? Is that what Sigma was talking about?
Yeah, clones.
I heard Alice whisper something to Clover.
Let's go, Clover. Show him all that training wasn't for nothing.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Right.
If I had a chance to ask what was going on, they moved.
Die, you bastard! Yeah!
She roared and leapt toward Dio, Clover following just behind. Alice threw a punch at Dio's face as he dodged Clover, spun out from behind her. Dio grunted and turned to focus on Alice, but Clover darted in and snatched the detonator from his hand.
Clover, get him!
Right! Sigma, catch!
Huh? Before I could respond, Clover had thrown the detonator at me. I scrambled to grab it out of the air and held it to my chest.
Damn it! Stop! Let me go! Still let go of me, you asshole!
Yelling didn't do him any good, and Dio found himself subdued by the skillful teamwork of Alice and Clover. Strangely though, once they had a hold of him, he stopped struggling. I was reminded of a gazelle with its neck in the mouth of a lion. Had he surrendered? Or did he have some trick up his sleeve? It didn't feel right. I didn't have to wait long for my misgivings to prove true. The detonator in my hand suddenly began to flash. What?
Ha! Serves you right.
What are you laughing at?
You, her, all of you. God, you're stupid.
What? Why?
See that detonator you threw to Sigma? You activated it. If it gets more than a meter away from me, it sets itself off. We figured someone might try to take it away, so we put in a little safeguard. Since you two were kind enough to take it away from me, the bombs have gone from remote control to countdown timer. Go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Won't make any difference now. The bombs are gonna go off no matter what.
How long do we have?
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Oh no.
My condolences.
What can we do to stop them?
I told you that already. First, we need the device that allows us to input information. Then we plug it into each bomb and enter the codes.
Hey Alice, who the hell are you? How do you know all this?
None of your damn business. Just tell me where the input device is.
Well, that's none of your damn business. Fuck! Stop! You're gonna break it!
Of course. That's the plan.
Please, stop!
Just tell me what I want to know.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's in my coat, the right-hand pocket.
Clover, check it out.
Right.
She nodded and started digging through his pockets. After a few minutes... What do you mean after a few minutes? How slow is she in doing this? This takes like 10 seconds.
It's no use.
Sonic!
There's nothing here.
Did you lie to me?
No, I swear, keep looking.
Oh, wait. There is something in here.
Clover pulled a hand from his pocket and held it out. Is that a pill? Like for medicine?
Hey, what is this?
Huh? I can't see it. Bring it over here.
Oh no. Clover frowned and moved closer to Dio, holding the pill out toward him. Suddenly he moved, his right hand snaking out to grab the pill from Clover's hand. Before anyone could react, he shoved it in his mouth. I heard a tiny crack as he bit down on it. Almost immediately he grimaced in pain.
Shit!
What? What was that?
Poison, I guess.
What?
Damn! How could I be so stupid?
His eyes rolled up into his head, and flecks of spittle began to trickle out from the corners of his mouth. I grabbed him by the hair and shook. What the hell are you doing? Where's the input device?
Lost it. In my couch. Back home.
Don't screw with me.
Fine. Don't tell us. How about you give us the deactivation codes instead?
Deactivation? You guys are persistent. Fine. Not gonna do you much good anyway. I'll tell you. You only get one. This is the deactivation code for Bomb 3. Ready? LXQ LHC NMR.
Why is he doing this? Like, why? What about the other three? Tell us the other three. He didn't even seem to hear me.
My body will be a part of the foundation of a bright future.
His voice was weak, and more foam was dribbling out from his mouth.
Such a beautiful world.
I'll head to bed now. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here, Coffee. Sleep well, restful sleep, and good dreams. Thank you. Take care, and bye-bye.
May brother live in everlasting glory.
They were the last words Dio spoke. He died with a strange, happy smile. Damn.
He only gave us the password for one of the bombs. This is bad. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
How much time have we got?
25 minutes.
Are you sure?
Yes. When he told us the time, I checked my bracelet. It said exactly 30 minutes.
You mean the bombs are gonna go off the same time the next set of doors opens?
Yes. The time on your bracelet is the time we have left.
Oh. So 25 minutes.
This isn't good. I was hoping that we might be able to escape through the white doors, but
It takes 5 minutes for the primary door to open and close. So,
yes, I know. There's no way we can get through them before the explosion happens.
Well, there's no point just standing around. We should start looking. We need 3 things. The password input device.
The remaining 2 bombs, right?
Right.
we also need passwords for all the bombs other than number 3.
Exactly.
Maybe Dio has a note or something.
Hold on. Let me check.
She knelt down and quickly checked his pockets and sleeves, then sat back on her heels, frustrated. I don't get it. We just checked every pocket Dio has in the slowest possible manner because Clover took minutes to do that, which just takes 10 seconds. And she's doing it again, trying to find something that Clover hasn't.
Damn. He's clean.
She looked pale.
Then we'll just have to hope we find it somewhere. Tenmyoji, can you go tell Luna what's happened?
Right. I'm on it.
Good. The rest of you, let's move out. We can do this. Let's go.
We all took off a run, heading to different parts of the building. But all of our searching turned up nothing. And as we searched, the clock kept ticking. Then, at last, the chromatic doors opened.
Chromatic door 5 minutes.
Our time had run out. We watched the white doors open. Were they doors to heaven or to hell? The thought barely had time to flutter through my mind before everything went white. We didn't even have time to say goodbye. 1,000 emotions flooded my brain in those last moments. Why? How? How had we ended up this way? Then a blistering wave of heat like the surface of the sun itself wiped out any lingering thoughts. My consciousness slipped away into a bottomless pool of darkness. Neither heaven nor hell, only the void. We don't need to see the credits. Alice, best served cold. Well, well, well. Well, there's not much choice than one. And this choice is here by choosing ally.
Two.
What are you going? I mean, of course. I'm just. Sigma, there's something. Are you really? But
30. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round result and
Stepped out of the AB room, could see the others filing out of the rooms
so
as
you
well.
chose ally after all.
Indeed. So I did. And this is where we're going to continue next time. It's gonna be a very interesting storyline here. It will also explain a few things. And everything that follows after that is important.